policies and infrastructure, however, what's also indispensable is the role of private sector players and actors that drive the product, services, and numerous use cases for digital payment. Many of you in this room have been the brains behind many of the digital payments and services we now have in Ethiopia, and I want to particularly recognize here your initiative, your innovation in this space. Ladies and gentlemen, the coming together of supportive policies, digital infrastructure, and ecosystem players has in the past led to a tremendous explosion in the use of digital payments. To highlight just a few of these impressive gains in this area, the volume of digital transactions have overtaken cash transactions for the first time in 2023. In the first half year of 2023, more than 920 million transactions were effected with a value of close to 4 trillion birr. We project to close the financial year at more than 6 trillion birr in value transacted through existing digital channels. As of December 2023, access points have seen substantial growth, with 90 million mobile accounts supported by more than 300,000 agents and 30,000 point of sale terminals. And furthermore, Ethiopia now boasts approximately 8,000 ATMs and close to 42 million debit cards in circulation. The number of non-bank mobile money and payment processors currently stands at 11. Most utility payments, fuel payments, government-to-people payment are now digital. So given all these impressive growth trends, it's clear that we have come a long way so far as a country, and I would like to congratulate all of you, especially the innovators and the on-ground implementers, for the collective success. While a lot has been accomplished, much more remains to be done. We need to collectively build on the successes of the digital payment ecosystem we have so far, but also make it go even further. First, we need to expand access to those who are still not part of the digital payment system. The effort of banks, MFIs, mobile money operators, and telecom companies will continue to be needed in this area. Second, we need to ensure digital payment systems serve not just the function of facilitating payments from one person to another, but also help address a broader range of credit and other financial services needed by the population. In this regard, we all need to be innovative in ensuring that digital payment systems facilitate loans, insurance, investments, and a whole array of such financial products, and all of this especially to underserved and unserved part of our communities. Third, as regulators, we have the responsibility of ensuring that our laws and actions promote fair competition for all actors. More broadly, in terms of the broader digital payment ecosystem, I believe we will also need to address the issue of privacy and security. I want to emphasize that privacy in commercial transactions should not fall by waysides. I know there are dedicated sessions covering these topics, and we will welcome the attention given to this area. To conclude, I trust that this digital payment conference will adequately first reflect on the national payment ecosystem that has been developed so far. Second, discuss new and emerging opportunities and challenges. And third, identify further reforms and initiatives we would still like to see happening in Ethiopia. I would urge all participants to actively engage in discussions and openly share insights, ideas, and best practices. At the National Bank, we warmly and openly accept differing views. Together, we can harness the transformative power of digital financial services to build a more inclusive and prosperous future for all Ethiopians. And finally, I would like to especially thank our partners, the Better Than Cash Alliance, UNCDF, and Ipswich for their support in making this conference happen. Thank you so much.
I hope you're all very energized after that wonderful speech. So can we clap one more time for His Excellency Governor Mamo? Thank you. All right, next up we have a video that's going to be focusing on the digital payment and QR code standardization. So I will, I guess, dim the lights so we could get the video going.
ፋይናንሻል ኢኖቬሽን እና ወይም ዲጂታል ፔመንት ብለን ስናደርግ በጣም ቀላሉ ኮንሰፕት ክፍያን በዲጂታል አማካኝነት ያለ ጥሬ ገንዘብ ማከናወን ማለት ነው።
በኢትዮጵያ ብሔራዊ ባንክ ከተሰጡት ስራዎች መካከል አንዱ የክፍያ ስርዓትን የሚመለከት ጉዳይ ነው። ዓለም የደረሰችበትን የእውቀት ደረጃ የዲጂታል አጠቃቀም ደረጃ ተከትሎ የመሄድ ስራ በጣም ወሳኝ ነው የሚሆነው ማለት ነው።
ብሔራዊ ባንክ እንግዲህ ይህን ኢኔብል በማድረግ የህግ ስርዓቱን በማበጀት የምንነጋገርበትን ቋንቋ በማበጀት ትልቅ ድርሻ አለው።
ተቋማቶቹ ላይ ክትትል ቁጥጥር ያደርጋል። ስርዓቱ ደህንነቱ የተጠበቀ ቀልጣፋ ምቹ መሆኑና እንዲሁም አካታች ስለመሆኑ ያረጋግጣል በየጊዜው በሚያደርገው ክትትልና ቁጥጥር ማለት ነው። ሰዎች በጥሬ ገንዘብ ከሚጠቀሙ ይልቅ በዲጂታል ሲሆኑ የትም ቦታ ይሆኑ ባንክ መሄድ ሳያስፈልጋቸው ቁጠባን እንዲቆጥቡ ያስችላቸዋል ማለት ነው። አንደኛው ይሄ ነው። ሁለተኛው ነገር ደግሞ ብድርንም እንደዚሁ አክሰስ እንዲያገኙ ያስችላቸዋል ማለት ነው። ሌላኛው ነገር የፋይናንስ አካታችነትን ማረጋገጥ ነው።
አሁን 46% ነው በፋይናንስ ስርዓቱ የታቀፈው ከተባለ የተቀረው 54% የተገለለ ነው። ያንን የተገለለውን የህብረተሰብ ክፍል ወደ ስርዓቱ አመጣን ማለት ስራችን በሙሉ ከዚያ ጋር ትምህርቱ ወዘተ ከዚያ ጋር የሚገናኝ በመሄድበት ጊዜ ኢኮኖሚው ያለ ዲጂታል ሲስተም ታሳቢ አይሆንም።
ከዚህ ቀደም በነበረው አሰራር ከስተመሩ ቆጥሮ ለሰራተኛው ይሰጣል፣ ሰራተኛው ቆጥሮ ይረከባል። ከዛ በኋላም ሰራተኛው ቆጥሮ ደግሞ ለድርጅቱ ያስረክባል፣ ድርጅቱ ደግሞ ቆጥሮ ለባንክ ያስረክባል። አንድን ብር 4 የሚቆጠርበት አሰራር ነበር። ያንን አሰራር አቅርቶልናል፣ አስቀርቶልናል።
for the first time በዚህ ዓመት የኢትዮጵያ ዲጂታል ፔመንት ከካሽ ለመጀመሪያ ጊዜ በልጧል ዘንድሮ። ምን ማለት ነው ይሄ? ኢትዮጵያ ብር ለማሳተም ብር ታወጣ ነበር፣ በጣም ከፍተኛ ብር። ያሳተመችውን ብር ደግሞ ልክ እንደ መድኃኒት ጭና ለማምጣት መርከብ ስለምትሰጋ በካርጎ ታመጣ ነው። በካርጎ ካመጣች በኋላ ደግሞ እንደ ማንኛውም ዕቃ እንዳይወጣ በጥበቃ ተወስድ ነበር። ብር ማሳተም በጣም ከፍተኛ ፕሮሰስ ነው። ዘንድሮ የዲጂታል ገንዘብ የምንገለገልበት ቱል ከአናሎጉ ከካሹ መብለጡ በሚቀጥሉት 5 ዓመታት የት እንደርስ እንደሚችል ያመላክታል።
ይሄ ሄዶ ውስን የሆነ ጥሬ ገንዘብ የሚጠቀም ኢኮኖሚ ለመፍጠር ትልቅ ጥቅም ይኖረዋል ማለት ነው ዲጂታል።
የሀገራችን የናሽናል ስዊች የሚያገለግለው ተቋም በጋራ የመሰረት ነው። በባንኮች መካከል ያለውን ኢንተሮፐራቢሊቲ ያረጋግጠዋል። ያ ትልቅ ድጋፍ ነው።
ደንበኞቻችን ከየትኛውም ባንካቸው ወደ ቴሌብር አድርገው መክፈል ይችላሉና ያንን በጣም ኮንቬኒየንት የሆነ አማራጭ ሰጥተናቸዋል። በእኛ ሳይድም ደግሞ እንደዚህ ለምንጠቀማቸው የተለያዩ አገልግሎቶቻችን ነዳጅ መሙላት ሊሆን ይችላል፣ ለነሱ እንደዚሁ በዲጂታል አማራጭ ነው የምንከፍለው።
ለሰራተኞቻችንም ከዚህ ቀደም ቦርሳቸው ላይ በጣም ብዙ ብር ይዘው ነበር የሚሰሩት። አሁን ከስጋት ነፃ ናቸው እነሱ።
ድንገተኛ ምጦች፣ የኦፕሬሽን ህክምናዎች ይኖራሉ። እንግዲህ በእነዚህ ጊዜ ደግሞ ገብተዋል ሰው ወዲያውኑ ሄዶ ከባንክ አውጥቶ የመምጣት እንትኑ ትንሽ አስቸጋሪ ነውና በቴሌብር ግን ያው ከሞባይሉ በቀላሉ በማስተላለፍ ክፍያውን ይፈጽማል።
አሁን ባለው ሁኔታ ሁሉም የፋይናንስ አገልግሎት ሰጪዎች ወይም የክፍያ አገልግሎት ሰጪዎች የየራሳቸውን ኮድ ጀነሬት በማድረግ ፍራግመንትድ የሆነ ይሄ በኪውአር ኮድ ነው አሁን ያለን። ይሄ ኪውአር ኮድ እርስ በርስ ተናባቢ ማድረግ ያስፈልጋል። ለምሳሌ እኔ ንግድ ባንክ ደንበኛ ሆኜ ለቴሌብር መርቻንት መክፈልን ያስችለኛል ማለት ነው።
ብዙ ውጣ ውረድ ሳይኖረው በቀላሉ ሁለት ኢንስትሩመንቶች አናቦ ወደ ክፍያ ሂደት የማስገባት ነው። በተለይ ፍጥነት በሚፈልጉ የክፍያ ዴስቲኔሽኖች ላይ የሚያገለግል
ሰውን ቀላል አድርጎለታል ኑሮ። የትም ቦታ ስልኩን ብቻ ይዞ በመሄድ ራሱን ከአደጋ ነፃ አድርጎ የትም ቦታ መገበያየት የሚችልበት ሁኔታ ተፈጥሯል።
ንግድን ይጨምራል፣ ወጪን ይቀንሳል፣ አሰራርን ቀልጣፋ ምቹ ያደርጋል፣ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ክፍያው ደህንነቱ የተጠበቀ ይሆናል ማለት ነው።
Great. Can we clap one more time for the fantastic video? So up next we have the official launch of the QR code. So the technical team will adjust that really quickly and then we'll get to the next part. Thank you. Stage would be fantastic. People in the back, I don't see you clapping. Come on. It's a momentous occasion for Ethiopia. We should be very excited. All the CEOs could come up to the stage, yes. Yeah. All right, wonderful. So the trick is you're all going to gather together and you're going to press on this button all at once at a count. All right, so yeah, please gather a little bit closer. And yep. All right, and 3, 2, 1. Everyone clap a little bit. Let's get this launched officially. Come on, a little bit more welcome. All right, thank you. That should be good. Great, thank you so much, Your Excellencies. You may exit the stage. We are going to excuse the Governor, His Excellency. He will be back around lunchtime, so please do not leave because we do have a fireside chat with him this afternoon. We're going to have a quick video that shows how the QR code works. So
if all a consumer had to do was to scan the QR code in any place, at any merchant from any device to pay from any account of any financial institution. This is the power of interoperability, when it is not the consumer or a merchant who need to worry about compatibility and simply use a channel to make the payment, while the behind-the-scenes payment systems manage and ensure that everything is connected to everything else. Digital payments have become increasingly prevalent in Ethiopia, with many payment apps offering their own unique QR codes for merchants to accept digital transactions. A QR or quick response code is a type of two-dimensional barcode that can be easily scanned using a smartphone camera and display to the user specific information including invoices, URLs, and etc. QR codes are being widely used for various applications and are proving to be very convenient in enabling digital payments. However, currently this convenience comes with a catch. Consumers must have the same payment app as the merchant in order to make a payment by scanning the QR code. But now with the standard QR codes based on the EMVCO standards, your merchant would not have to display so many QR codes from every financial institution. Worry about keeping track of which payment has come from which QR code, and spend time explaining to consumers just which payment option would work better on their devices and apps. Merchants would simply need to get a single QR code to handle all of their QR code-based transactions. Since this QR code is generated on industry-wide adopted standard specs, therefore, it would work on any of the consumer's apps or devices. Similarly, with the standard QR codes, the consumer would also not have to worry about choosing between which QR code to pay from, whether there is a specific QR code that would be readable by a specific app, opening a specific app to scan a specific code. The digital payments via QR code would be as simple as any digital push payment, but even better because neither your merchant nor your consumer would have to remember and punch in the account information. For example, if a consumer is shopping at a local grocery store and wants to pay using their favorite mobile money app, they can simply scan the interoperable QR code displayed at the checkout counter and have all the merchant's information appear on their screen. The QR codes are bringing in possibilities to inject much more complex payment use cases of the future much more seamlessly into the digital payment realm by packaging them in a uniform standard that is understood by every payment app, every financial institute, and every device. Let's enable this service by connecting to Instant Payment System powered by ET Switch.
Thank you so much. Can we have the lights back on, please? All right, the next session will be the first presentation of the day. It's going to be on Ethiopia's payment system performance report, and we have the honor of welcoming Mr. Solomon Damto, Director of Payment and Settlement Directorate at the National Bank of Ethiopia. Just to give you a little bit of a bio of Mr. Solomon. Solomon Damto is the Director of the Payment Settlement Systems Directorate at the National Bank of Ethiopia. He has over 13 years of dedicated service at the National Bank. In his current position, Solomon oversees the development and modernization of digital payment systems of financial also been instrumental in administering and operating the real-time gross settlement system, a critical component of interbank payment processing. Prior to his current role, Mr. Solomon served as the Acting Director of Payment and Settlement Systems Directorate. He has led efforts to draft directives for payment instrument issuers and payment system operators. He has also played a key role in the formation of the National Digital Payment Strategy, NDPS, of 2021 to 2024, laying the groundwork for the country's digital payment landscape. So without further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Solomon Damto to the stage.
እንዴት አደራችሁ? በጣም አመሰግናለሁ። I think it's better to go in Amharic. So በጣም ነው የማመሰግነው። ዛሬ የተወሰነ ደቂቃ ወስጄ የኢትዮጵያ ፔመንት ሲስተም ፐርፎርማንስ ምን እንደሚመስል ለማሳየት እሞክራለሁ ማለት ነው። ሶ ጆርኒያችን ምን ይመስላል? ሶፋር እስካሁን የመጣነው ጆርኒ የኢትዮጵያን የፔይመንት ሲስተም ዲጂታይዝ ለማድረግ የተለያዩ ኢኒሺዬቲቮችን በናሽናል ባንክ አማካኝነት ተወስደዋል። እነዚህ ጆርኒዎች ያሁን ያለንበትን የዲጂታል ፔይመንት ሲስተም የዲጂታል ፋይናንስ ሼፕ ያደረጉ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ለወደፊት የተሻለ አቺቭ ለማድረግ እድል የሚሰጡ ናቸው ማለት ነው። ብዙ አክቲቪቲዎች ነው ኦቨር ዘ ፓስት መኒ ይርስ ያከናወን ነው። ሃዌቨር የተወሰኑና ሜጀር የሚባሉትን ለመነካካት ሞክራለሁ። 2011 በፈረንጆች አቆጣጠር ማለት ነው። ሶ የመጀመሪያው ፋውንዴሽን የፔይመንት ሲስተም ሞደርናይዜሽን ፕሮግራም በናሽናል ባንክ ላውንች ተደረገ። ይህ የናሽናል ፔይመንት ሲስተም ሞደርናይዜሽን ፕሮግራም 3 መሰረታዊ የክፍያ ፋውንዴሽንን ኢምፕለስ አድርጓል። የመጀመሪያው የሌጋል ፍሬምወርክ ነው። ይህ የሌጋል ፍሬምወርክ ለኤሌክትሮኒክ ኢሜጅ ሚሴጅ እንዲሁም ፔይመንት ፋይናሊቲ እና ኦቨርሳይት የመሳሰሉት ለፔይመንት ሲስተም ፈንክሽናሊቲ መሰረታዊ የሆኑ ጉዳዮችን ሌዳውን አድርጓል ሬጉላቶሪ ፍሬምወርክ ማለት ነው። ከዛ በመቀጠል በዚሁ አመት በ2011 ኢንተርባንክ ፔይመንት ሲስተም ኢትዮጵያን አውቶሜትድ ትራንስፈር ሲስተም ብለን የምንጠራው እሱን ላውንች አድርገን ኦፕሬሽናላይዝ ተደረገ። ይህ ከዛ በፊት በነበረው በባንኮች መካከል ሲከናወን የነበረው ፔይመንት ፔፐር ቤዝድ የሆነውን ኤሌክትሮኒክ በማድረግ ኤፊሽንት የሆነ በባንኮች መካከል ያለ የክፍያ ልውውጥ እንዲጀመር አስችሏል ማለት ነው። ኤቲኤስ ብለን የምንጠራው የኢትዮጵያ አርቲጂኤስ ሲሆን በዚህም ክፍያዎች ፋይናል የሚሆኑት ወይም በባንኮች መካከል የሚከናወኑ ክፍያዎችን ፋይናል የሚሆኑበት ስርዓት ነው ማለት ነው። ሶ የሚቀጥለው በ2014 ሶ the other milestone very important milestone ተከናወነው ሶ the national switchን establish ማድረግ ነው። ናሽናል ባንክ ኦፍ ኢትዮጵያ ከባንኮች ማህበር ጋር በመሆን የናሽናል ባንክን የናሽናል ስዊችን ወይም ኢስዊች ብለን የምንጠራውን መመስረት ችሏል። ይሄ በጣም ጥሩ የሆነ በፐብሊክና በፕራይቬት መካከል ያለ ፓርትነርሺፕን የሚያሳይ ነው። ስለሆነም አሁን ላይ ይህ በናሽናል ስዊች አማካኝነት ክፍያዎች ሲምለስሊ ኢንተሮፐረብል ተናባቢ እንዲሆኑ አስችሏል ማለት ነው። ሶ ሌላኛው ትልቁ ማይልስቶን በ2019 የባንኪንግ ቢዝነስ ፕሮክላሜሽንን አሜንድ ማድረግ ነው። በዚህ አሜንድመንት መሰረት ከዛ በፊት የፋይናንሻል ሰርቪስን የሚሰጡት ትራዲሽናል ባንክና ማይክሮ ፋይናንስ ብቻ የነበሩት በዚህ ህግ መሻሻል ምክንያት ዲጂታል ፋይናንሻል ሰርቪስ ፕሮቫይደሮችን ሪኮግናይዝ ማድረግ ተችሏል ማለት ነው። እንደሚታወቀው ዲጂታል ፔይመንት ዲጂታል ፋይናንስ በአለ ፊንቴክ ወይም አለ ቴክኖሎጂ ኢኖቬሽን ልናከናውነው አንችልም። በትራዲሽናል ባንኪንግ በትራዲሽናል ፋይናንሻል ሰርቪስ አሰራር አቺቭ ልናደርግ አንችልም። ሶ ዊ ኒድ ቱ ሃቭ ነን ባንክ የሆኑ ኢንቲቲዎች እንደ ቴልኮ እና ፊንቴክ አይነቶችን ላይሰንስ ማድረግ ስለሚያስፈልግ ይህንን ህግ ማሻሻል አስፈልጓል ማለት ነው። ሶ በ2020 ይህንን ህግ መሻሻል መሰረት ተደርጎ ብሔራዊ ባንክ 3 መሰረታዊ የሆኑ መመሪያዎችን አውጥቷል። የፔይመንት ኢንስትሩመንት ኢሹወር መመሪያ፣ የፔይመንት ሲስተም ኦፕሬተር መመሪያ እና እንዲሁም ደግሞ ወኪልን መጠቀም የሚያስችል መመሪያ ነው። እነኚህ 3 መሰረታዊ መመሪያዎች አሁን ለምናየው ከባንክ ውጪ ያሉ ተዋናዮች እንዲኖሩ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ዲጂታል ፔይመንት እንዲስፋፋ መሰረቱን የጣሉ መመሪያዎች ናቸው። እነኚህ መመሪያዎች አብዛኛውን የሚያተኩሩት እንዴት የፋይናንስ ሰርቪስ የዲጂታል ፔይመንት እና የወኪል አጠቃቀም መመራት እንዳለበት በግልጽ ያስቀምጣሉ ማለት ነው። ሶ 2011 ወደ ኋላ ሶ በ2021 ቅድም ክቡር ገዢ በግልጽ ሲናገሩት እንደነበረው ብሬክ ስሩ የሆነ ናሽናል ዲጂታል ፔመንት ስትራቴጂን ኢንትሮዲዩስ ተደረገ። ይህ ስትራቴጂ ቪዥኑ build a secure, competitive, efficient, innovative and responsible payment ecosystem to support a cash light and a financially inclusive economy. So አላት ፒላሮች ላይ ተመስርቶ እየተተገበረ ያለ እንዲሁም በዚህ አመት ትግበራውን የምናጠናቅቀው እስካሁንም ከ80% በላይ አቺፍ ያደረግነው ማለት ነው። ሶ ኢንፍራስትራክቸር ዩዝ ኬዝ አዶፕሽን ሬጉላቶሪ ፍሬምወርክ እና ኢኖቬሽንን መሰረት አድርገው የተተገበረ ስትራቴጂ እና ትልቅ ለውጥ ያመጣ ስትራቴጂ ነው ማለት ነው። ሶ በ2023 ጀስት ከአንድ አመት በፊት ማለት ነው በ2011 ኢሹ የተደረገውን ፕሮክላሜሽን በማሻሻል ሁለት ኦብጀክቲቭን አቺቭ ለማድረግ ህጉን ማሻሻል አስፈልጎ ተሻሽሏል። የመጀመሪያው የፔመንት ኢኮሲስተምን ኦፕን በማድረግ ለውጭ ኢንቨስተሮች እንዲሁም የመጀመሪያውን ላይሰንስ ለኤምፔሳ በመስጠት ሌላኛው ኢኳል ፕሌይንግ ፊልድ ለመፍጠርና የክሮስ ቦርደር ፔመንትንም እንዲሁም ለማሳለጥ የሚያስችል የህግ ድጋፍ እንዲያስችል ይህንን ለማከናወን ችለናል ማለት ነው። ሶ አሁን ላይ ያለነው ሶ 2024 ላይ ሜጀር ፎከሳችን ኢንተርናሽናል ኤንድ ኢንዱስትሪ ስታንዳርድን ኮምፕላይ ማድረግ እንዲሁም ደግሞ ኢንስታንት ፔመንትን ላውንች ማድረግ ነው። ይህ ኢንተርናሽናል ስታንዳርድን ኮምፕላይ ማድረግ ለኢንተርኦፐራቢሊቲ አመቺ ሁኔታ ይፈጥራል፣ የበለጠ ሲምለስ እንዲሆን ያስችላል። እንዲሁም ደግሞ ዲጂታይዝ ያልሆኑ ፔመንቶችን ደግሞ ሞር ዲጂታይዝ ሞር ኤፊሽንት እንዲሆንና ሲምለስ የሆነ ኢንተራክሽን አመንግ ሲስተምስ እንዲኖር የኢንስታንት ፔመንት ፕላትፎርም ላውንች ይደረጋል ማለት ነው። So far most of the utility payments are now digital, fuel payments are fully digitized, most of the government to people or people to government payments also going digital, and the total access points of as of June it is already reached 238,000, and the public sector, agriculture, health and SMEs payments are being digitized. So regulatory reform በአጠቃላይ ኦፍ ጁን ከ102.8 በላይ ሚሊዮን በላይ የዲጂታል አካውንቶችን እንዲኖረን ያስቻለን የሬጉላቶሪ ሪፎርምን ማከናወን አስችሎናል ማለት ነው። So let's go to the numbers what it shows in the current Ethiopian payment landscape. So ከ2019 ጀምሮ የኤቲኤም ትራንዛክሽን እንደምታዩት እድገቱ እና ሌሎቹን ኮምፔር ስናደርግ ያለው እድገት በተወሰነ ደረጃ እየቀነሰ የመጣ ነው። ይጨምራል፣ ነገር ግን የሚጨምርበት ሁኔታ እየቀነሰ መጥቷል። ሞባይል ባንኪንግን ስናይ ኦልሞስት ከሌሎቹ በላይ ትልቅ የሆነ ሼር እንዲይዝ አስችሏል ማለት ነው። ሶ the other is a mobile money በጣም በቅርብ የጀመርነው ሰርቪስ ነው። እንዲሁ ከፍተኛ የሆነ ትራንዛክሽን እንዲከናወን አስችሏል። ሶ ሌላኛው በጣም ኢንትረስቲንግ የሚያስፈለው አሁን ያለው ፊገር አካውንት ቱ አካውንት ትራንስፈር አት ብራንች እና ካሽ ዊዝድሮዋል አት ብራንች ነው። ካሽ ዊዝድሮዋል አት ብራንች እንደምታዩት it is significantly reduced ያ ማለት ሰዎች ብራንች ሄደው ጥሬ ገንዘብን አክሰስ ለጥሬ ገንዘብ ብራንች የሚሄዱበትን ፍሪኩዌንሲ ይቀንሳል፣ እየቀነሰ ነው ያለው። የዲጂታል ፔመንት ኢነሚ ካሽ ነው። ሶ we are fighting cash. ሶ በብራንች ውስጥ የሚወጣውን ካሽ እየቀነስን ነው ስንል፣ በሌላ አስተያየት ደግሞ ዲጂታል ፔመንት ወይም ሞባይል ባንኪንግ እና የመሳሰሉት ካርድ ባንኪንጎች እጅግ በጣም እየጨመሩ ያለ ነው። ሶ ሌላው ኢንተረስቲንግ ፖይንት አካውንት ቱ አካውንት ነው፣ እድገት አናይም። ስለዚህ ብራንች ላይ ያለው ሰው ሞር ከሚመጣ ኢኮኖሚው እያደገ ነው እንደምናየው፣ ካሽ ያስፈልገናል፣ ግብይት ይጨምራል። ሶ ለዛ ፐርፐዝ ሌሎቹ ዲጂታል ባይሆን ኖሮ አካውንት ቱ አካውንት ትራንስፈር እጅግ በጣም ትልቅ ይሆን ነበር። ሶ የአካውንት ቱ አካውንት ትራንስፈር እድገት ስቲል አንድ ኮንስታንት ነው ማለት ነው። ሶ we have to fight that as well. even though ብራንች መሄድ is costly, it's time taking, ያንን መቀነስ የሚያስችለን ስራ መስራት ያስፈልገናል ማለት ነው። ሶ ዲጂታል ፔመንት እንደዚሁ በቫልዩ በያመቱ ስናይ ፐር የፖዝ ቮሊዩም እንደምታዩት በጣም አነስተኛ ነው። አረንጓዴ ሆኖ የምናየው ምንድነው? እሱ አካውንት ቱ አካውንት አት ብራንች ቮሊዩም ትራንዛክሽኑ ሃይ ይሆናል። ሞባይል ባንኪንግ ከፍተኛ ነው። እንዲሁም ሞባይል መኒ ትራንዛክሽን ቮሊዩም እንዲሁም እጅግ በጣም እየጨመረ ያለ ነው። ሶ በ2023 ከ2019 ጀምሮ እስከ 2023 ስንል እነኚህ ዲጂታል የሆኑት ትልቅ ብቅ ብለው እየመጡ ነው ማለት ነው። ማለት ያ ማለት ከቨር እያደረጉ ነው ካሽን ፋይት እያደረግን እንዲሁም ሪፕሌስ እያደረግን እየመጣ እንደሆነ ያሳያል ማለት ነው። So yes, the digital combined now. So branch, ATM and agent, we classify them as cash transaction. So you see, የበለጥ ነው last year June ላይ ነው ግራፉ እንደሚያሳየው። So last year June ላይ ነው የገለጥ ነው ማለት በዚህ አመት ደግሞ it will be ከፍተኛ ይሆናል። እንደምታዩት the cash was the king የመጀመሪያው ላይ so cash was the instrument to make payments across all economies or businesses. Now just in the 5 years ማለት ነው ካሽን ሊበልጥ ችሏል። ይህ in the coming 5 years እንዲሁም ከፍተኛ የሆነ ለውጥ ነው የሚያመጣው ማለት ነው። so this is the way that we celebrate. This is really በጣም ትልቅ ለውጥ ያመጣንበት ኢንዱስትሪው ያመጣበት ትልቅ ለውጥ ነው ማለት ነው። so በቢሊየን ብር የተላለፉ ገንዘብን ስናይ I think የሞባይል ባንኪንግ ስቲል ትልቁን ይይዛል። እንደምታውቁት we are going digital of course ይሄ ዲጂታል ይሄር ነው ያለው ሞባይል ባንኪንጉ ኦቨርቴክ እያደረገ ነው። ሌሎቹ of course እየመጡ ነው። ሞባይል ባንኪንግ እንደምታውቁት ሬጉላር አካውንት ያለው ሰው ብቻ ነው ያን አክሰስ ማድረግ የሚችለው ወይም ያንን ሰርቪስ ሊሰጥ የሚችለው ወይም ያንን ሰርቪስ ሊያገኝ የሚችለው። however በሞባይል መኒ እንደ ካርድ is need to be also promoted. so ላይን ሼሩን የሚይዘው ሞባይል ባንኪንግ ነው። so ሁሉም ባንኮች ሞባይል ባንኪንግ ፕላትፎርም አላቸው። ያ ትልቅ አስተዋጽኦ አድርጓል። ሁለተኛም እንዲሁም ሊሚቴሽኖች አሉት። ሬጉላር አካውንት የሌላቸው ሰዎች ሞባይል ባንኪንግ አክሰስ ማድረግ ስለማይችሉ ስለዚህ ሞባይል መኒን ሞር ፕሮሞት ማድረግ አስፈላጊ ነው ፎር ሩራል ኤሪያስ። እንዲሁም ደግሞ ካርድና ፖስት ፔይመንትንም የበለጠ እንድናሳድገው የሚያስችል መሆን አለበት። ስለዚህ ይሄ የሚያሳየን ኮንሰንትሬሽኑ ያለው even though we are going digital ነገር ግን ኮንሰንትሬሽኑ ያለው is all around mobile money and mobile banking. so the card payments and the post still ልንሰራበት የሚገባውና ዲጂታይዝ ልናደርገው የሚገባ ወይ ፕራክቲሱን መካድ የለብንም። even though በካርድ መክፈል ባልችልም በሞባይል ባንኪንግ አብዛኛውን መርቸንት ላይ እንድከፍል ያስችለኛል። ነገር ግን ችግሩ ምንድነው? እሱ ያ የመርቸንት ክፍያ እንደ ፒቱፒ ነው ሪኮግናይዝ እየተደረገ ያለው እንጂ እንደ መርቸንት ቲል ሪኮግናይዝ እየተደረገ አይደለም። ሶ ያንን እንዲሁም ሪፎርም ማድረግ የሚያስፈልግበት ነው ማለት ነው። ሶ አካውንት የተከፈቱት አካውንቶች ምን ያክላሉ? ሶ እንደምታዩት እጅግ በጣም እየጨመረ ያለ ነው። ሶ as of June data ሶ as of December ቅድም ክቡር ገዢው ሲገልጹ እንደነበረው ከ90 ሚሊዮን በላይ ሞባይል መኒ አካውንት አለን። በአጠቃላይ ተደምሮ ከ102.8 ሚሊዮን በላይ ዲጂታል አካውንቶች ተከፍተዋል። ሶ ይሄ ግሮዝ ነው የሚያሳየው አካውንት ዛትስ ፋይናንሻል ኢንክሉዥን አንደኛው አጀንዳ ስለሆነ ማለት ነው። ሶ አክሰስ ፖይንት ስቲል ልንሰራበት የሚገባ በተለይ ዲጂታል አክሰስ ፖይንት ላይ ሰሟት ችግሮች ያሉብን ነው። ሶ እንደምታዩት ግራፉን ትልቁ የሚያሳየው ኤጀንት ነው። ሶ ኤጀንት is good for financial inclusion በቀላሉ ፋይናንሻል ሰርቪስን እንድንሰጥ የሚያስችለን ሩቅ ላሉ ሰዎች ማለት ነው። ነገር ግን ዲጂታል ቻናሎቻችን ስቲል ትንሽ ናቸው። ሶ ይህንንም በመሰረታዊ መንገድ ሼፕ ማድረግ ያስፈልጋል። ስፔሻሊ ዲጂታል ፖስ ማሽኖችን በየመርቸንቱ ሳይቶች ላይ በማድረግ የካርድ ክፍያንም ማበረታታት መቻል አለብን። ሶ the aim is to have many choices in the market to make payment ማለት ነው። ሶ we don't need to አንደኛው ላይ ብቻ ወይ ሞባይል መኒ ላይ ብቻ ትኩረት አናረግም። ሞባይል ባንኪንግ ላይ ብቻ ሳይሆን ማርኬቱ ዲጂታል ሆኖ የተለያዩ አማራጮች ኖሮት ክፍያን በቀላሉና ምቹ በሆነ ሁኔታ እንዲከፍል ማስቻል ነው ማለት ነው። ሶ አርቲጂኤስ ይሄ ባክቦናችን ነው። ሶ ኢት ኢዝ ፕላትፎርም ዌር ፔመንትስ አር ቢንግ ፋይናል። ሶ ከ3.7 ሚሊዮን ትራንዛክሽን ፐር ይር በላይ ፕሮሰስ ይደረግበታል። ይሄም ከ35% ይር ኦን ይር ግሮዝ አለው። ከ99.9% አቬለብል ሲስተም ነው። በናሽናል ባንክ ኦን ይደረጋል፣ በናሽናል ባንክ ረን ይደረጋል ማለት ነው። ለ6 ቀን ይሰራል፣ እንዲሁም ለ9 ሰዓት በየቀኑ ይሰራል ማለት ነው። ሶ ለፋይናንሻል ማርኬቱ ኢት ኢዝ ሲስተማቲካሊ ኢምፖርታንት ሲስተም ነው። ይህም ማለት አንድም ሰዓት ለአንድም ደቂቃ ሊቆም የማይገባው ሲሰራ መዋል ያለበት ሲስተም ነው ማለት ነው። ሶ ትሬንዱ እንደምናየው ኢስ ቢንግ ማርኬቱ ዲፔንደንሲው አርቲጂኤስ ላይ በከፍተኛ ሁኔታ እየጨመረ ያለ መሆኑን ያሳያል ማለት ነው። ሶ በአንድ አመት ውስጥ ላስት ብቻ ከ4.8 ትሪሊየን ብር በላይ ፕሮሰስ ለማድረግ ችለናል በአርቲጂኤስ። ይሄ ከፍተኛ የሆነ የገንዘብ ዝውውር ነው። ሶ ያኛውን ዲጂታሉን አያካትትም ማለት ነው። ሶ 3.7 ሚሊዮን ትራንዛክሽኖች በአመት ውስጥ ያከናውናል። በቀን ከ18 ቢሊዮን ብር በላይ ፕሮሰስ ያደርጋል ማለት ነው ተርኖቨሩ። ሶ what are our core platform? ኮር ፕላትፎርማችን ምንድነው? እሱ በፔመንት ውስጥ በኢትዮጵያ ፔመንት ኢኮሲስተም ውስጥ the center is the RTGS where the payments are final, where the money is there, and the first is commercial bank core banking system. ይሄ ትልቅ አቺቭመንት ያደረግነው እያንዳንዱ ኮር ባንኪንግ እያንዳንዱ ባንክ ብራንች ኢንዳይሬክትሊ ከአርቲጂኤስ ጋር ተያይዟል። ስትሬስ ሩ ፕሮሰሲንግ ያ ማለት ባንኮች ብራንቾቻቸውን ከኮር ባንኪንግ ጋር አያይዘዋል፣ ባንኮች ደግሞ ከአርቲጂኤስ ጋር ተያይዘዋል ማለት ነው። ስለዚህ ከፍተኛ የሆነ ገንዘብ በአርቲጂኤስ ለማስተላለፍ ከአንድ ቅርንጫፍ ወደ ሌላ ቅርንጫፍ ዊዝን ሰከንድ ማድረግ ተችሏል ማለት ነው ዊዛውት ኤኒ ሂውመን ኢንተርቬንሽን። ሶ ይሄ ስትሬስ ሩ ፕሮሰሲንግ ኢት ኢዝ ኤግዛምፕለሪ ነው በአፍሪካ ደረጃ። ይህንን ልናሳካ የቻልነው ኢን ዘ ፊው ላይክ በ7 አመት ውስጥ ነው። የትኛውም ባንክ ስትሬስ ሩ ፕሮሰስ ያላደረገ ባንክ በኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ የለም። አሁን ይሄ የስትሬስ ሩ ፕሮሰሲንግ ወደ ማይክሮ ፋይናንሶችም እየሰፋ በመሆኑ ባንኮችን እና ማይክሮ ፋይናንሶችንም እንዲሁ ሲምለስ የሆነ ኢንቴግሬሽን እንዲኖር ያስችላቸዋል ማለት ነው። the other is automated clearing house ነው። ይህ the part of Ethiopian automated transfer system ቼክ ዳይሬክት ዴቢት እና ክሬዲት ትራንስፈር የሚባሉ የክፍያ ኢንስትሩመንቶችን ሰርቭ የሚያደርግ ነው ማለት ነው። ይህ ፔፐር ቤዝድ የሆኑ ክፍያዎችን ክሊር እያደረገ ሴትል የሚያደርግ ሲስተም ነው። ሶስተኛው ሞባይል መኒ ነው። you know how ሞባይል መኒ works። አራተኛው እንዲሁም ናሽናል ስዊች ኢንተሮፐራቢሊቲ የሚፈጥር ሲምለስ የሆነ ኢንተሮፐራቢሊቲ እንዲኖር እንዲሁም ሼርድ ፕላትፎርምን ፕሮቫይድ የሚያደርግ ለሴክተሩ ናሽናል ስዊች አለን what we call it ኢት ስዊች። አምስተኛው ፔመንት ፕሮሰሰር ነው። ይሄም ዲጂታል አክሰስ ፖይንትን በማስፋት ኤቲኤምን ፖስን በማስፋት እንዲሁም ደግሞ ጌትዌዎችን በማስፋት ክፍያ ዲጂታል እንዲሆን የሚያስችሉ ነው። they are also payment aggregators. አጠቃላይ the national bank here oversight ያደርጋል and the compliance ሮል ይጫወታል ማለት ነው። ይሄ ኢንዱስትሪ ወይም ይሄ ኢኮሲስተም ሴፍ ኤፊሽንት እና ሪላብል ሆኖ እንዲቀጥል ማለት ነው። የተወሰኑ ኪ ሃይላይቶችን ለመስጠት ያህል 5 ትሪሊየን ብር ያህል አኑዋል ቫልዩ ኦፍ ዲጂታል ትራንዛክሽኖችን አከናውነናል። 5 ቢሊዮን ዲጂታል ማይክሮ ክሬዲት ፐር ይር ይሰጣል በዲጂታል አማካኝነት። ከ1.2 ቢሊዮን በላይ ዲጂታል ትራንዛክሽኖች ይከናወናሉ ቮሊዩሙ ማለት ነው። ከ11 በላይ ነን ባንክ ዲጂታል ፋይናንሻል ሰርቪስ ፕሮቫይደሮች አሉ። 205.6 ቢሊዮን ብር ኢንተሮፐራብል ቫልዩ ኦፍ ትራንዛክሽን የሆነ ነው ማለት ነው። ጀስት ቁጥሮችን ለመስጠት ያህል ነው። ፕሮግረስ ኢን ነምበር ስናይ ሞባይል ባንኪንግ 32.7 ሚሊዮን ዩዘሮች አሉት። ኢንተርኔት ባንኪንግ 8.4፣ ሞባይል መኒ 90.2 ሚሊዮን፣ ዴቢት ካርድ 42.6 እንዲሁም አርቲጂኤስ ትራንዛክሽን ፐር ዴይ 18 ቢሊዮን ያህል አለ ማለት ነው። ቻሌንጆቻችን ምንድን ናቸው? አሁን ያሉት ዲጂታል ፔመንት ላይ የመጀመሪያው ሎ መርቸንት ፔመንት ነው። አብዛኛው ፎከስ ያደረገው ፒቱፒ ፔመንት ነው ማለት ነው። ሃዌቨር ፒቱፒ ፔመንት ቅድም እንዳልነው ሞባይል ባንኪንግ የላይን ሼሩን ስለሚይዝ የትኛውንም መርቸንት ክፍያ በሞባይል ባንኪንግ እየከፈልን ነው ያለው። ነገር ግን ሞባይል ባንኪንግ ባይስ ኔቸር ፒቱፒ ብለን ስለምንይዘው የመርቸንት ፔመንት ቅድም ላውንች የተደረገው ኪውአር ኮድ ለዚህ አይነተኛ መፍትሄ ይሰጣል። እዛ ላይ የሚቀጥለው ምንሰራው ነው ማለት ነው። ሌላኛው ኮንሰንትሬሽን ኢን አርባን ኤሪያስ ነው። ሩራል እና ማርጂናላይዝድ የሆኑ አካባቢዎች ላይ ማስፋት፣ ኤጀንቶችን ማስፋት፣ ሰርቪስን ማስፋት እንዲሁ ያስፈልጋል ማለት ነው። ፍራውድ ኤንድ ኮንሱመር ፕሮቴክሽን የምናየው ነው ማርኬታችን ላይ ያለው የሳይበር ሴኩሪቲ እንዲሁም ኢንተርናል ኮንትሮልን በማጠናከር የኮንሱመርን ፕሮቴክት በማድረግ ያንን ልንፈታ ይገባል ማለት ነው። ሎ ሌቨል ኦፍ ፋይናንሻል ሊትሬሲ ይህን እጅግ በጣም እየፈተነን ያለ የሶሻል ኢንጂነሪንግ ኢሹ አለ። ሶ ያንንም እንዲሁ is a challenge. The limited access points is also another challenge, so I mentioned already. So what's the future? So Super App is now digitizing everything. So this is also very important that we promote everything in the Super App will ሰርቪሶችን በቀላሉና በአንድ ቦታ ተከማችተው እንድናገኝና ያንን ሰርቪስ እንድንሰጥ ያስችለናል ማለት ነው። ሶ ከብሔራዊ ባንክ አኳያ ምንድነው የምናደርገው? ሶ our aim ወይም ወደፊት ልናሳካ የምንፈልገው ነገር the cashless ኢትዮጵያን ነው። ሶ digital transformation of the financial ecosystem ይህን በማድረግ accelerate digital financial service adoption across all sectors, leveraging digital public infrastructure like this what we call as the national ID and the innovative financial service and promote በማድረግ leveraging interoperability to enhance affordability and the convenience እንዲሁም ደግሞ enhancing digital payment ላይ ያለውን trust enhance በማድረግ እንዲሁም enhancing and the unified payment infrastructures that complies with international standards. So key focus area የምናደርግባቸው so boosting merchant payment is a priority, data driven financial service also the other priority, instant payment system also the priority that we are going to work, interoperable and the cyber resilience infrastructure also very very important, and the rural focus also the other area that we're going to focus on. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. All right, so that was a fantastic presentation. Infrastructure was one of the mentions on this presentation, and in the next session, we have a unique video presentation that's going to be presented from Kamya Chandra on the digital public infrastructure for inclusive, sustainable growth in finance and payment sector. So Kamya is the Chief Strategy Officer for Center for Digital Public Infrastructure, or as we all know, CDPI. Excuse me. Kamya is working as the Chief Strategy Officer at the Global Center for Public Infrastructure, working to guide countries in the design and implementation of digital public infrastructure. She is also an advisor on DPI to the Indian Ministry of Finance and Framework, which enables consented data sharing for over 2 billion financial accounts. She worked previously at the World Bank's Digital Identification for Development initiative, focused in West Africa region, and at the Boston Consulting Group in London, focused on public sector practice. She holds an MPA in International Development from the London School of Economics, a certificate in leading economic growth at Harvard Kennedy School of Governance, and a BA in economics and political science. So we're going to watch the quick video from Ms. Kamya. So let's go ahead and turn it on. Thank you.
Hey everyone. It's lovely to be here with you virtually. I sincerely apologize I was not able to come in person, but really happy to be here to discuss with you a topic that I think is of critical importance to Ethiopia's national economic growth, which is the topic of digital public infrastructure for inclusive and sustainable payments. And I hope to talk to you today about the ways in which this can actually drive a transformation across Ethiopia's economy, just with a few careful design considerations that we think would be critical for you to take this forward. So I want to take you back a little bit in time to an example of a country that doesn't look so different from Ethiopia, which is that of India. You know, in 2016, India was a hugely populous country, very diverse country, much like Ethiopia. As a country, used mostly cash. You know, had about 1.5 million POS machines only throughout the country. As a country that had about 60 million micro businesses, this was almost nothing. Right, POS devices were not proliferated, and less than 7% of people had a debit card, which meant that most people were transacting in cash, right? But in a very, very short period of time, in just about 6 years, India ended up leading the global transaction volume count for digital payments. And with over 50 million merchants transacting digitally, 860 million people receiving government payments digitally, we saw a tremendous growth. And this is not just an India story. I want to talk to you about another country that faced, a similar transformation. In Brazil, they were looking at a mostly cash-driven economy, even as of 2019. And this was a cause for worry because it was slowing down the economy. Yet another large country that has a huge amount of diversity, similar to Ethiopia, and was largely cash-based, right? But in just about 2 years, they ended up rolling out an interoperable payments platform called Pix, which in a very short period of time brought in about 71 million people into the digital payments ecosystem that hadn't transacted digitally the year before. So the degree of transformation that happened in a very, very short period of time was quite impressive even in this context. So what can we learn about these sort of inspiring stories of transformations in countries that face very similar challenges to Ethiopia, which is countries where there is, there was challenges in financial literacy, there was, huge diversity among the population, and there were huge informality even among the businesses, especially the small, micro, or nano merchants. The thing that ends up being the common approach or the common design that allowed for this exponential scale is what we call a digital public infrastructure approach, right? Just as physical infrastructure, such as, let's say, a railway, a road, a cell phone tower, an internet cable, these physical infrastructure building blocks help trigger the economy. And we know that when you build a road, anyone can use it, and therefore it reduces the costs of interacting in that economy. And operating in it. Similarly, digital infrastructure is this premise that we can build sort of systems in a manner that reduce the costs for businesses and reduce the costs for people to transact as they would. And both digital and physical infrastructure have this approach of driving public and private innovation. And to the financial sector, the idea of digital infrastructure is not new, actually. You talk to any credit bureau, right, or credit registry, they consider themselves to be digital public infrastructure because it was clear that you needed to have a society-wide or a financial market-wide set of building blocks that could allow you to assess the credit history of a person and to know that credit history across many different entities, right? So digital payments grows organically by itself. It takes off. There's a lot of innovation. But the root problem is that it tends to grow in silos. So whether you have banks building, net banking or interbanking, you have wallets building closed networks or mobile money building closed networks where you can only transact within those wallets, or card networks, you tend to see a proliferation of digital payments innovation, but the problem is it's not unified. So a digital public infrastructure approach can actually help to allay this issue. So for example, India, the unified payment interface ended up building interoperability on steroids, as we refer, which is adopting a digital public infrastructure approach or thinking. What that means is that when you craft your payments rails, you should craft it in a manner that applies to any account type, whether it's the same payment rail, whether it's a bank account, whether it's a credit account or an overdraft account, whether it's a mobile money or a mobile wallet account, any type of account. It should cut across any app that's used to pay, right? Whether that's a mobile money app or a wallet or even a fintech that's not a regulated banking player. It should cut across sort of any kind of payment device or mode. So you can use a POS machine if you'd like. You can use smarter feature phones. You can, use QR stickers. You can do it online. You can do offline. You can do static QR codes, which don't change and they're just printed QRs, or dynamically generated QR codes, which are generated in a digital form. Any of these recipient types as well should be the modes across which the single unified payment rail in a country should strive to build. And in India, for example, UPI was not one app or solution for payments, but it sort of provided a choice of experiences across banks, across mobile money, and beyond, right? So it could allow for, let's say, person A who's transacting on bank account A, right, using a different mobile app than the bank account, which might be provided by a fintech player that's granted a special license by the central bank, to interact on the other side with person B, who's using a wallet account, right? So maybe not a bank account, using a feature phone, not even using any kind of app, right? So we hope to see that this kind of unified interface would be a powerful approach to scale this ecosystem. Now, in order to get here, there's 3 baseline components that are required. First is sort of an upgraded payment protocol, right, that allows for that seamlessness between fintechs and banks. It's key to innovate at the level of that standard, and there's many examples now that you can look at around the world for this. The second is sort of an interoperable QR code specification, which allows small and medium enterprises to actually onboard using an open QR code network, where they don't have to have a different QR code for every app that they onboard. The third is a standardized mode of authentication, which can be, for example, a standardized PIN, right? That is input on the mobile or called in on a feature phone, that allows you to complete a transaction without redirecting to the bank app every time. So with these 3 core building blocks, we believe that sort of a transformation in digital payments is very possible to happen in that inclusive manner. And the protocol, for example, it should be currency agnostic, it should be authentication mode agnostic, it should be form factor agnostic, and that allows for it to be evolvable and programmable. And there's, again, many examples you can look at. The QR code spec, really needs to unify payments apps for merchants. So a small vendor can have a QR code that's issued by app A, but app B, C, D, and E that can also onboard different customers can scan that same QR code. This is the lowest hanging fruit for an implementation that can be done to actually scale up digital payments in a country, to make sure that any kind of QR code can actually be read by any app. And the power of building payments actually is the diversity of use cases that you can power on any one specific sort of payment network. You can power not just pay requests, but also collect requests, where you can create a mechanism to fetch a payment, just like you fetch your information from a website or from any institution. You can use the same rails to power IPO subscription, vouchers, which are purpose-specific payments, to power bill payments, to power credit card payments, right, or credit account payments. You can power recurring payments, which are basically just a schedule of payments, and you can power many other innovations on top if you build it in such a manner. The conclusion really is that, if you draft and create an approach to interoperable payments that does create a unified network, that innovation that you trigger among that fintech ecosystem, among the banks, will bring in people inclusively, and that has really powerful second order effects on your economy. Whether it increases the deposits with banks, it drives increases in commerce, right, because it reduces the friction to making a payment. It makes data available, which then is used as an input to lending and triggering more investment and activity. So you see huge second order effects of countries that have actually chosen to drive digital payments. So I'll pause here, and thank you so much for the invitation. If you have any follow-up questions, you should speak to Samantha from the CDPI team, who's there in person. Thank you so much.
If you remember, but at the beginning of my intro, I mentioned how we need to, create kind of an enabling environment to try to reach the masses, not just the ones that have digital access in our communities. So this idea of infrastructure and focusing on utilizing digital public infrastructures and growing that is really something we need to focus on. So for my next session, we're doing a panel discussion on leveraging digital public infrastructure for inclusive, sustainable growth in Ethiopia's finance and payment sectors. This session is going to be moderated by Sinit Zaru. She is the Senior Development at Tony Blair Institute. In her capacity at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change, she's been bringing her experience from previous roles at Tony Blair Africa Governance Initiative, Africa Practice, Windsor Fellowship, and Department of Transport, and the United Kingdom. Sinit Zaru holds a Master's of Arts in Educational Development at UCL. So please help me welcome Sinit to the stage. I know Women's Month has passed, but I think we need a warmer welcome for Sinit, right? Thank you. We need more women in the digital sector. All right, so I will call up the panelists really quick. We have Ato Balcha Reba, Director General of Ethiopian Communications Authority. Please come to the stage. Next, we have Dr. Fikadu Getahun, Director of E-Commerce at Ministry of Innovation and Technology. Please come to the stage. Up next, we have Samantha. I'm sorry if I pronounced your last name wrong, but Aching, Center for Digital Public Infrastructure. Please come to the stage. And then last but not least, Mr. Yodahe Zamikael, Executive Director for the National ID Program. Please come to the stage.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everybody. Good morning. Are we still there? Excellent. This is going to be our first panel discussion, and we are really honored to have such prominent panel members who have kindly made the time to join us today. I want to dive right in because digital infrastructure is a huge issue, and we want to maximize the time of our panel members. So I'm going to begin with Dr. Fakade. We've actually had the pleasure of working together. Recently, you worked on the Digital Ethiopia Review report. So this was an opportunity for government and stakeholders to take stock, appreciate the successes, and also honestly examine the gaps and challenges with respect to the implementation of the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy, which most of the people in this room will know is the umbrella kind of flagship strategy for Ethiopia's digital journey. Dr. Fakade, maybe you could share some key successes and lessons from the review, both generally and with respect to digital payments, to sort of help set the scene for this discussion.
Of the reviewers or the participant in the midterm evaluation of the Digital Ethiopia 2025. And it gave me opportunity to know what was the plan, how was the implementation going on. As you know, in the strategy, there are a number of areas which are identified, independent of, in fact, sectors, priority sectors. One of the area was, infrastructure, which is very fundamental for digitization. It includes internet, power, and the like. In the last, 2.5 years, there are a number of additions in the sectors, like new internet, new players are there, data centers have been constructed, and the number of mobile subscribers is going up. So this is a huge success, and I see that even in the report of Solomon this morning. So that's one area in which success has been done. But that doesn't mean that there is nothing as a challenge. The strategy is all about inclusion, and it is including or having everyone in the place. That will include, rulers. So you see certain gaps in connectivity related to rural population, which has an impact as well in the digital finance as well. The second aspect, or the second environment, is aside from infrastructure. Another pillar is enabling system. These are a set of systems which has to be put in place to support the digitization of the entire country. And one element in that is the digital ID. I hope Yodhai will talk about that. And that is in a pilot, and we see a success in that. Well, of course, digital ID has got an impact on a number of things, including finance, because one aspect of digital ID is knowing the customer, which will be used as a reference. So you'll have to know, or you'll have a chance to know who is the stakeholder that's going to be participating in the digital finance. Another aspect is cyber security. Well, Solomon has touched an aspect in security, but the aspect he talks about is mainly about, social engineering based. But in the digitization era, there will be an impact from the cyber security or cyber attack. And this aspect is mainly associated to INSA. Again, I believe Yodhai will talk about that, which is another aspect which is very much important. The third is a foundational one is applications. You can say enabling systems, which has to be there. And mainly in this aspect, what exists is e-government application and e-commerce. Of course, the government has invested a lot in e-government applications, the development of human-centered portals, be it for the federal government, cities, and so on and so forth. So the idea of this e-government-based application is citizens will transact, will apply for service online from anywhere at any time. Most of the applications we have are not end-to-end integrated. You can name a number of applications. For instance, most of you are using e-trade for renewing your trade license, for instance, which is from the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration. Another is you declare tax, and it is from the Ministry of Revenue, which has got an impact. Related to the ease of doing business, we have got a portal, which is business.net.et, which is related to ease of doing business. Again, this has got an impact, but still, even in this sector, there is certain challenge. The applications we have are not end-to-end integrated, so this needs even an issue to be handled in the coming years. Another focus in this area is e-commerce, because the whole idea is to have a digital economy. So we expect businesses to be transacted online, and it has got several components in it, and one being finance again. So I will order for an application or order for a service from online or order for a product online. I need to pay it online, and I need the product to be delivered on door or in my place. In this aspect, even though there are a number of initiatives associated with it, there are missing elements. For instance, in the infrastructure aspect, one of the plans is to have a national addressing system. As you know, we don't have as such a national addressing system, even though there are initiatives related to city-based addressing. So once this is set, so whatever product you are ordering will be delivered to your door. Well, there are initiatives and again success, like for instance, the Ethiopian Airlines has inaugurated a hub, which is one thing that can be considered. With respect to this e-commerce, even though we appreciate the benefits and the like, there are missing things. Like for instance, you order a product, I don't think you will afford to pay for delivery through ride and the like, because the cost of the delivery will be much more than the cost of the product. So what will come to your mind is mainly the use of like motorbike and the like, but the use of motorbike is not as such regulated. It has got certain issues associated with it. So those things needs to be somehow handled, so that will benefit out of it. The last component is ecosystem. In any system, the need of having an ecosystem is very much important, because it will involve a number of things. Like it involves who is going to use the system, like you and me as a person, and digital inclusion is very much important. Financial inclusion, like in finance, we talk about financial inclusion, and in more general perspective, the issue of including everyone that will make use of the digital environment is something which is very much important, which is one thing. We need to think of, the different players, including the stakeholders. Another aspect which is very much important is the laws and the regulations, the policies we have. I'm sure yesterday you heard about one of the proclamations, like personal data proclamation, personal data protection. This law took years. Now, if you take most of the laws we have, most of the laws are designed for the paper society. Are we going to live with those paper society? I don't think so. Like, for instance, you order something, you are asked to pay for it right away after you get a receipt. But when you are paying something from the internet, receipt has to be issued in a way. A receipt is issued from certain organizations like Ethio Telecom, Ethiopian Airlines, and others. But we believe that the issue of receipt has to be for everyone. So it needs a proclamation per se. So having a proclamation is time-taking, yet the area we are living is something that is dynamic. So rather than waiting for all this rectification process, probably going for sandbox approach is a solution. I don't mean only for e-receipt, it has to be for everyone, so that we learn through the process, and then once we know what is needed, it will be changed into some kind of legal thing. So the thing is, yes, we learn a number of things. There are successes in every aspect. This success is independent of the different priority sectors which are identified, like agriculture, manufacturing, IT-enabled, and so on and so forth. And those are, I could say, things which are put in place and showing a progress. And the progress is reflected as well in the digital finance.
Thank you, Dr. Fugade. I know it was a big question, so I really appreciate the way that you managed to kind of take us on the various key pillars and reference all the kind of priority sectors of the Digital Ethiopia strategy. And I think, as you rightly highlighted, someone was asking me earlier about the Digital Ethiopia strategy. I was fortunate enough to be part of the team to help craft that with Mint. And they were asking, there's so many things that have happened, and aren't you glad that the strategy was written? And I always say, you have to be humble. There were many things that were already in the works, and I think the way to view a strategy is to help bring stakeholders together and to understand the trade-offs. And as you rightly pointed out, it's the connection between the policies and the applications and the risks, both in terms of the thinking around the strategy and the policies, and also the physical building of the infrastructure. And I think that leads us very nicely to reflect a little bit with Engineer Balcha from the ECA. One of the kind of biggest wins since the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy was the privatization and progress that has been made and the investment that has been made both by Ethiotel and also the impact for consumers through the introduction of Safaricom. Engineer Balcha, maybe I could ask you to reflect a little bit on what the implications are for digital payments and the digital economy with respect to increasing privatization of the telecom sector and the greater investment that we see by both players.
Thank you, Ms. Moderator. Good morning to you all. Especially, I would like to start, what were the gaps when the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy was drafted. This is the gaps identified was especially on the connectivity and the infrastructure side. It was the low coverage. The other was the affordability related issues. And the third one was especially associated with the quality of service. So one of the major objective of the Digital Ethiopia Strategy 2025 was to address the connectivity and the infrastructure gaps was, to introduce a sector reform. So usually whenever you open up a sector for a private investment, both for local and foreign investors, you will achieve, competition. Whenever you introduce competitors, definitely the competition will enhance the pricing issues. It will lower the prices, as well as also it will address, the challenges in infrastructure. That means, whenever we have multiple operators, this will incentivize, the infrastructure development. So I really understand that, the privatization, both in terms of bringing in new entrants to this market, has really helped us, to address the challenges identified during the crafting or drafting of the digital strategy. When we see right now, this has enabled, to give us more infrastructure development. If we see, the numbers during the 2018, while the digital strategy was crafted, if I really express this, in terms of the digital financial service, only 12% of our people were using digital services, especially digital financial services. Only 4% debit card users were there. And of course, the banks in Ethiopia are not yet providing the credit card service. If we consider the credit card service for foreigners and only the diaspora community, about 0.3% people were using. If we see right now, especially after the introduction of the competition and the undertaking telecom reform, the penetration has, the internet, both internet and mobile penetration has doubled, we can say. For example, we have been around 37 million mobile customers in 2018. Right now, we have more than 78 million customers, adding up together both Safaricom subscribers and Ethio Telecom's subscribers. If we take the mobile broadband penetration, by then, in 2018, we have only about 18 or 17 million people using internet. Right now, we have more than close to 40 million mobile broadband internet users here. So, the more mobile internet users are there, there will be a chance, for our citizens to utilize the mobile money services. So this will address especially the gaps, we have, especially in addressing the unbanked or underbanked community, because whenever we see the traditional banking service, you have to open a branch across the nations, and you cannot do this, in remote and rural areas. So the mobile technology really addresses such kind of gaps. So both in network coverage, in population coverage, that is in services related to internet and mobile, which really in other ways, addresses or really incentivizes, the mobile money service penetration. The privatization have really played a greater role, I can say.
Excellent, thank you so much. Let me move now over to this side, Yodehe. You have two hats in terms of working in leadership roles within government, both as the Deputy Director within INSA and as the Executive Director of the National ID Project. I think as Dr. Fakade pointed out, digital ID, cybersecurity and digital payments are core elements of the Digital Ethiopia strategy within the enabling systems pillar, and they're also sort of interdependent with each other. Perhaps you could share with us the latest developments and also challenges that you see with respect to digital ID and cybersecurity and how they play into digital payments.
Right. Yeah. So data is the new gold. So the strength with which a bank protects its money should be the same focus we should give to protecting our data. Sorry. So digital ID essentially is a way of giving a token, a unique number, to a person's natural God-given biometrics, and then converting that into a digital trail, so that identity by itself is not enough. Digital trail is important. A lot of people, about 40% of Ethiopians lack identity, basic identity, zero documentation. About 60% have at least some form of documentation, but about 90% of us lack digital trail. Digital trail naturally is important for credit history, for enabling trust, essentially. So that's why identity is considered one of the building blocks of DPI. DPI, as my colleague who was presenting earlier mentioned, just like the railway or the highway is a physical infrastructure, there is a digital infrastructure which is built by the telco sector, like my colleagues mentioned, like the 5G, the 4G, the broadband and everything. But what happens after the digital infrastructure? We need this DPI layer, interoperability layer, one of which, as he was mentioned, is identity. Another one, Dr. Fakado also mentioned addressing. Addressing is important. Where there is no proper addressing system, you cannot deliver goods. E-commerce is not possible. You cannot have e-services. You cannot get any service at home because nobody knows where your home is. So addressing system is another important layer of digital public infrastructure. ID is important. PKI, it's less often mentioned, but it's very important. PKI is public key infrastructure. It enables digital signatures. What digital signature essentially means is consent. I'm signing a contract with Senate, then I have to consent and she has to consent, so both of us have to sign that contract. We don't have to show up in person. We're doing it digitally. So how do we have that kind of infrastructure that enables consent? So PKI is an important component of this foundational layer. Thanks to these foundational layers, then we're going to have billion-dollar companies. We're going to have unicorns. We have, my colleague earlier on the presentation, she mentioned PIX, which is a Brazilian payment interoperability system. She mentioned the Indian Aadhaar. On top of PIX and on top of Aadhaar, many unicorns are born. I personally would be happy to give birth to one unicorn. Everybody, I'm sure, would be happy to do that, but unicorns require DPIs. Someone has to build the infrastructure, and government is naturally the rightfully placed to build DPI. Cybersecurity, as you mentioned, is very much important, and I wear two hats. I serve as Deputy Director General of INSA. Cybersecurity is very important. We, at the agency, we get calls every week. I'm not directly overseeing those calls, but agencies sometimes get all sorts of, they get into all sorts of trouble. In the cyber world, there is no fence, there is no matter where you put your data center, in the basement, Anyone can access it globally, whether it's in a very secure building within your compound. Ransomware attacks, they're very common. Believe it or not, a lot of agencies, even in Ethiopia, we're not a very rich country, but we get ransomware attacks. The rich countries obviously get a lot more attacks, but small agencies you wouldn't expect, they lose their data. They get a call, they get an email, pay this much amount in Bitcoin, otherwise you will not see your data. So, you know, this is not something that's only happening in the US or in Dubai or in South Africa, it's happening here as well. So cybersecurity is important in the cyber world. There is no, essentially there's no jurisdiction. Anyone can be anywhere. So we're working very hard on policies, on awareness, as well as on the actual technical safeguards, ensuring that data is properly protected. One of the most important data we have to protect is our DPIs. ID, for instance, we have a dedicated cybersecurity team. We have identified cybersecurity as one of the most important risk areas. Number one is cybersecurity. We have other risk areas we've identified, like we have social risks. People may not, due to lack of proper awareness, may not fully accept what digital ID is about to bring. So for many reasons, we may have a lot of social risks, but the most important risk we've identified is obviously the cybersecurity risk. And I'm sure everyone else working in the financial sector as well also understands the importance of cybersecurity, and we're working on national frameworks as well as institutional frameworks.
Thank you. And to Samantha, you join us from the Center for Digital Public Infrastructure, and we just had the pleasure of hearing your colleague talk to us about the Brazil example and also the India example. I wonder if you could take us out a little bit beyond Ethiopia and thinking from a kind of global context, what would you say are the kind of top 3 lessons that Ethiopia can take in its efforts for inclusive digital infrastructure?
Thank you so much. I think with our interaction with the countries that we work with, because we offer the advice to countries on the adoption of digital public infrastructure, I'd say I'd put them in 3. One, and I'll explain them as I go on. Value over mandate. That's one key thing. It's really easy to get people aligned when you are giving out a solution that brings value as compared to mandate. If an infrastructure is set up and you say, now I expect all the key players within the ecosystem to follow, not to mean that you'll face some friction, but it's a possibility. However, if you bring value to the infrastructure that you're bringing on board, no one wants that opportunity to pass them by. So I'd say one key thing in the whole process of building this is value over mandate. Number 2, I'd say leveraging on low-hanging fruits. It's a term that we use a lot with many countries. And what do I mean by this? You do not have to build everything all at once. It takes time. To get people aligned is also quite a bit of a challenge. However, if you can see one opportunity, this is one thing that we can take advantage of. I've seen the launch of the QR, right? That's one thing. And how do you build on this and still give room for other people to, or other services to get onboarded onto this? Which brings me to number 3, having a unified back end, right? If you have a unified back end, it is very easy for people to sort of key in, the key players in the ecosystem to sort of key in easily, because you've created a system that's unified, that allows for interoperability, and that brings value to the community, to the ecosystem, and generally just growth. So I'd say those 3 lessons that I've picked up over time. Yes.
Thank you so much. I'm mindful of time and the golden rule of being a moderator, which is you never stand between people and their coffee. But I do want us to take a moment to think about the future and to take advantage of our excellent panel. So maybe what I can do is ask each panel member In the next 5 to 10 years, what do you see as being the biggest opportunity and the biggest risk for Ethiopia in its digital journey? And maybe what I'll do is I'll begin on this side with Yodehe, thinking about digital ID in particularly. What do you see as the biggest opportunity and the biggest risk for Ethiopia in digital ID with respect to digital payments?
So ID, our motto is ID is a new collateral. So if you know me, then at least you can give me some money because there is some trust. So identity itself carries some level of trust, and that's how that's how we've designed the digital ID project. It's there to establish trust between two people, trust between a service provider and their customer. So in 2026, our vision is to reach 90 million Ethiopians with digital ID. So it's not too ambitious. It's actually very it's a humble projection. In 2026, 90 million Ethiopians will have digital ID, but ID itself, in and of itself, does not really give any does not entitle you to any special benefits. So after ID, there needs to come interoperability is a key word. So establishing trust is a key word. After ID, other layers of DPI have to be there as well. We're definitely going to see many new value-added services. Like for instance, Ministry of Revenues, for someone who has FIDA, you can generate your tax ID on your phone. So that's essentially trust. You don't need to go to their office to get your TIN number. So a lot of value-added services will be born out of these DPIs. So yeah, that's where I see ID in the next 5 years. Another one, a very popular theme that's emerging, popular product. Just like we say mobile, when I say mobile wallet, everybody thinks of, because most people here are from the financial sector, we're thinking of financial wallets. But digital wallets that carry other credentials, like your driver's license or your birth certificate or your title deed within a digital wallet, those are going to become very popular, and a lot of value-added services will come out of this trust ecosystem that's built by the DPI.
Thank you so much. And then over to you, Engineer Balcha, maybe in 1 minute, if you could share with us the biggest opportunity and the biggest risk you see from a regulatory perspective in the next 5 years.
Thank you. Of course, we are undertaking a digital transformation journey, especially when we take the telecom sector and the ICT. We do understand that, the major prime mover of this digital transformation is the telecom. And so the regulation is one aspect, really to make sure that, we have accessible, available, and reliable telecom network. At the same time, we have really to make sure that the consumer interests are protected. And so, especially in relation to the digital financial service, I have already expressed, in my first question, the contribution of this the telecom operators is very magnificent, and we have seen that the coverage is being addressed, the infrastructure availability is being addressed, the quality of service is being addressed. At the same time, these telecom operators really have a great infrastructure, to provide, for the expansion of the digital financial service. For example, they have a wide agent networks. These wide agent networks can be used, for cash in and cash out services. At the same time, these operators will introduce the very innovative solutions like the mobile payment platforms and other digital financial solutions and applications. At the same time, they will really, give a benefit, apart from really transacting finance, they will also facilitate like services, loan services, and saving services as well. Especially the micro credits are really were not very available, for our citizens, but this has really changed, this platform. So really, I really appreciate, the contribution the telecom sector is providing for the digital financial service. Of course, I would like to say, the risks like the challenges, especially related to the digital financial service. The challenges we're having, one is, the digital literacy. Because, the people has to make sure that, they are using, sophisticated applications, softwares, to transact either in mobile money or mobile banking or internet banking. So they have to make sure that, they can manipulate their gadgets, whether it is a smartphone or a feature phone. So this is one challenge. The other is the interoperability. I think, the National Bank, as a sector regulator for financial service, will make sure, to address these issues. In ECS perspective, the interoperability is the major factor which can really prohibits, the expansion of the digital financial service. So even we have to make sure and go to the extent of having a non-exclusive agents. So even the payments has to be made from one network to another. For example, now we have Telebr, we have M-Pesa is also now coming into picture. For example, Telebr has more than 41 million customers right now. M-Pesa launched last September, and now they have about 4.5 million M-Pesa users. So altogether, when we see just in mobile money, we are now approaching about 50 million users. But unless, we create a platform that even transactions can be made from M-Pesa to Telebr and vice versa, we can't say, we are building an inclusive ecosystem for the digital financial service. So interoperability is another challenge. And the other is, still we have coverage issues, especially in rural areas. So as ECA, especially, we encourage the operators and promote, the penetration of networks, toward the remote areas, both in unserved and underserved areas. So this will be, really what we focus, in the next 5 or 3 to 5 years. So when I come, to the opportunities, especially, I think, these days, especially at government level, even with the presence of our Prime Minister, there was 2 conferences. One was on digital transformation, the other was on startup Ethiopia, which was held just yesterday. If you see the directions provided on this conference, really I can say that, the future is very bright. Because we are really in a right posture, and we are in a right track really to achieve, the digital transformation and to build the digital economy. So the startup ecosystem, for example, we have to support this system because there are different startup dimensions, but many of them are also working on fintech. So really we have to really encourage and also address the challenge that they have, especially in access to loan, like providing them a venture capital, like giving them a common space to work together, like giving them connectivity, and also even the operators has to give them chance, to try their prototypes, on their network, so that these startups can develop their systems to ICT product and services level. So really, what I can say is really there are challenges and risks, but the opportunity is really huge in my opinion. Thank you.
Well, it's good to hear your positive view. And there's a clear theme here around an ecosystem approach, both from what Yodehe has said in terms of creating a trust ecosystem, and also from what you're saying in terms of connecting the importance of interoperability and integration with making it a much easier experience and lowering the bar for digital literacy for citizens. Dr. Volade, can I ask you to very briefly just say, from your perspective, what is the biggest opportunity and biggest risk you see in the next 5 years for Ethiopia's digital journey and specifically for digital payments?
Thank you. The path we have been following so far is somehow fragmented. So my belief and my expectation in the coming few years is, rather than thinking of having a silos approach, everything will be collected and it will be integrated. Like for instance, I have account in several banks. In each of them, I feel the same data. But there has to be a single authoritative unit that contains all my data so that I will not feel the same thing. So the thing is, I believe in the coming years, there will be a single source in which I will have my data so that everyone will use it. That data will be used for a number of other purposes, like it could be for credit generation and others. One. And another belief I have is, since I am from the Ministry of Innovation, the ministry is working in a mentality of enterprise. And that is putting in place a kind of enterprise service bus, enterprise architecture that support integrity and interoperability. So in the coming years, I believe that the private sector and the government will work hand in hand so that accessing for a service will be easy and delivery will be to the point where the subscriber is there. So the coming years will be having a single source of data, authoritative source. Different partners are working together, of course, by sharing data, and sharing needs, consent. It shouldn't be just the authority of a certain enterprise to use my data for certain purpose. It has to be based on my consent, so that I will trust the system to be usable, it is inclusive, and it is interoperable, as said by my colleagues. That is my belief, which will come for sure in the coming period.
Thank you. Well, as someone who does a lot of research, the idea of a single source of truth is very exciting for someone like me. And thank you also for underscoring the importance of the private sector, which I think also Engineer Balachau underscored with the emphasis on enabling the startup ecosystem. So Samantha, you get the last and final minute. Perhaps you could share your thoughts on what are the biggest opportunity, what is the biggest risk, and you're welcome to think globally or focus on the national area.
Thank you again. I think one of the biggest opportunities that this whole approach may take up on a global scale, forgive me for being too ambitious, but I'd say actually having a unified, payment system for Africa, as an example, because if as a country you're able to provide a service that's interoperable and can be trusted, and everything is really functional at a country level, then it's very possible and very easy to sort of have a same sort of idea and have a standard that's set in place to allow a continental, for example, continental unified payment system and whatnot. Because I mean, you see cards like MasterCard and Visa working from really anywhere and everywhere. So if we can have the same standards for our continent as a beginning, then why not? I think the greatest risk I see is, I'd probably say, the risk of not trying is much greater than the risk of actually trying. The open software systems are there. There's companies, not to toot my own horn, but companies like CDPI are there. We give advice on, how to try and ideate the whole process with you. And it's been tested, the technology is there. So I think it's only right and it's only fair for us countries, as a continent, as people who are trying to grow within our economy, to try and leverage on these systems. Yeah. So I think that will be my risk and greatest opportunity.
I think I shouted thank you loud enough, right? For those of you who didn't hear me in the back, we're done. Our panel was excellent as expected, and thank you for listening.
Thank you to the panelists. If you could please walk out the door, there's a photo booth over there for panelists to take a photo together. So we know what's next. We've got coffee, but before we go, I want to give a quick reminder. There's going to be the fireside chat with the governor this afternoon, so make sure you're scanning the QR code here, going to the National Bank website and entering your questions to the governor. Next, I know this room is quite full and maybe not a lot of people got to make it here today. So there's actually a live stream on YouTube that you could send to your friends and colleagues so they could follow up on the conference. So it's NBE Ethiopia. So please feel free to share that. And then last but not least, it's coffee time. During your coffee time, please mingle, network, but also don't forget to visit the exhibition that's over there. Digital payments and financial service payment providers are out there exhibiting. Mr. Yodahe mentioned maybe we could have a unicorn. There's some potential unicorns out there you could check out today. So enjoy coffee. We'll be back here in 30 minutes at 11:30 to continue on with the rest of the presentation and panel discussion. So thank you so much. All right, so the next session, we have a speaker, Marlon Rawlings. Did I pronounce that correctly? All right, great. He's going to be presenting on leveraging data and Ethiopia's information age to bridge the access to credit gap in key economic sectors. So Mr. Rawlings is a financial sector specialist at the World Bank. So please help me welcome Mr. Rawlings to the stage with a warm welcome. You've had coffee now. You should be hyping him up to get on stage.
Is this better? Oh, fantastic. Morning, everyone. Welcome to this, the most exciting session of today, where we discuss leveraging data for the benefit of SMEs. Now, as we are very well aware, we have often heard that SMEs, they are the engine of growth, how important they are as it relates to job creation, reducing poverty, increasing shared prosperity. Notwithstanding this importance though, one of the challenges we see is that SMEs are less likely to get access to credit in our financial sector, and this is not only here in Ethiopia, but this is a global phenomenon that we have experienced. So why is that? And the question is, there are a couple of challenges we see. So SMEs tend to have lack of capital, limited access to credit, the collateral requirements for which the financial institutions require tend not to be the case for SMEs. They are deemed to be higher risk, so there's a perception that SMEs bear higher risk. The lack of sufficient credit history continues to be a major challenge. Financial institutions over the years have claimed that there's a high administrative cost to providing credit to SMEs. So at the core of this is the issue related to data asymmetries. And the focus of my presentation today is going to be on the theme which says that data is the new collateral. I'll repeat that. Data is the new collateral. So if we accept that data is one of the challenges to allowing access, then today what I wanted to do was to have a discussion with you about how we could better use both financial data as well as non-financial data to increase access to finance for our SMEs. A couple of the use cases that we have been seeing has been around microcredit and the fact that some institutions are able to grant uncollateralized loans to our borrowers by the use of a digital footprint. And this is a new phenomenon that we have been seeing globally, which bears significant promise because it's an opportunity to continue to empower our small and medium-sized enterprises. Some of the other financial mechanisms we have seen is, for example, the use of factoring, which continues to be something that is significant to the agriculture sector in particular. So as you're aware how the farming cycle works, you plant a crop today, you reap in the next 3 months, you sell it on to a wholesaler who takes another 3 months to repay you. So a couple of things we have been doing is supporting things like warehouse receipts, factoring, invoice financing, and so forth. Through the use of data, it therefore creates a huge improvement in the environment, increasing transparency to allow financial institutions to better be able to provide some of this. I want to turn the focus now to a new and developing area globally, and this speaks to open banking, open finance, and open data. And according to the Basel Core Committee on Banking Supervision, this is the official definition that they have used for open banking. And it speaks specifically to how do you define the sharing and leveraging of customer permission data. And we focus on customer permission, because of course we don't want to violate any privacy laws here. with third-party developers and firms to build applications and services, including, for example, those related to real-time payments, greater financial transparency options for account holders, and the marketing and cross-selling of opportunities. So open banking really is how do you use banking information or the information that banks already have, including payments information, to better provide service to the SMEs. Then we talk a bit about open financing. So going beyond the data we collect in banking, in the wider financial sector, how do we use this data through an open platform or open sharing to better provide information? And then when we speak about open data, this is where we expand beyond the financial data that the financial institutions now collect to consider new and emerging sources of data that can help financial institutions to better be able to serve our SMEs. So here are some of the benefits that we have seen with open banking. And these benefits, we have mapped them across various stakeholders. So for the consumer, it provides an opportunity for them to get access to credit that they would not have ordinarily gotten. For the banks and financial institutions, you now have a richer source of data and information for which you can make a credit decision to support your credit scoring, for example. And of course, for the fintechs, an opportunity through access to the same information and the leveling of the playing field for the traditional banks and microfinance companies, fintechs, through the use of this technology, is now able to offer some services. So I wanted just to speak to you a bit about the use cases. So I mentioned earlier using this richer data for credit scoring. And recently we piloted a project here with a few of the microfinance institutions where we use psychometric data in the cases where some borrowers had thin files or they had a very low credit history, not having borrowed in the past because they were underserved or unserved. And we use psychometric data to test the correlation and the predictability of one's ability and capacity and capability to pay. Now, we know quite often, I know I'm speaking to a room full of bankers, so you understand the concept of the 5 C's of credit. And we had used the psychometric scoring to try to assess one's character in terms of repaying a loan that is granted. And this is a use of behavioral data, so expanding beyond the traditional access to data that you normally would use to make a credit decision. And can I tell you that through this pilot, we saw a very high level of repayment of those loans. So it really goes to show that, as I mentioned, data is the new collateral. Market intelligence. There's a dearth of information that is available through open banking sources that could help a financial institution to better credit adjudicate against any borrower. There's issues related to collateral valuation. So as we move beyond traditional forms of collateral, house, car, land, into things that are movable collateral, how do we create a market where the valuation is consistent, there's transparency in how do you value 10 kilograms of TEF, which a bank could then use as collateral against a loan. We have seen a lot in the agriculture sector. So for example, weather data, geospatial data of the locations of farms can then tell you, whether this crop yield is likely to be more fruitful based on looking at data related to weather patterns and drought and so forth. Satellite imagery as well. If you are supporting an SME farm who's located 300 kilometers away, through the use of satellite imagery, it could help to give you some market intelligence on the possible success of this year's yield. Access to a digital footprint for SMEs. And as SMEs move to platforms, for example, like Instagram or Facebook Marketplace or Telegram, there's a rich source of data there that tells you something about this SME, brand loyalty, their sales, all of which could be used in the credit decision for financial institutions. Our telecom partners, of course, offer another rich source of data. Everything from media, location, and so forth is an opportunity to provide this data. We understand in the US now, for example, in the health insurance industry, as you're aware, on many of your mobile phones, there's a health app that tracks the amount of steps you take on a daily basis. What we understand now is that insurance companies are now using access to this data to test to what extent you would be good risk to insure against your health. So again, moving beyond the core financial sector data, there is a rich and growing source of data that can be used. E-commerce platforms, for example, also not only provide data on sales, but it also provides some data on the market, the size of the market, who's buying, who's selling, who's trading with who, and so forth. So again, another rich source of data. Having said that, I'm aware that there are regulators in the room, and I'm looking at Vice Governor Solomon, and he must be asking what are the risks associated with open banking. Like with everything we do, there's some risk associated. So we want to be responsible about this. So of course, there are implications for financial stability, huge implications for privacy, confidentiality, and data security. So we have to make sure that the regulatory framework is adjusted in such a way that it's commensurate to supporting open banking. Of course, there's cybersecurity and operational risk, because of course technology is made by man, and of course as human as we are, we will falter. So we will be subject to cybersecurity and operational risk. So we have to ensure as well that the regulatory framework and supervisory framework for these areas are properly addressed. Ensuring that the persons who have access to this data understand the liability associated with this data, the proper use of the data to protect against any abuse or unfair treatment of the data. And of course, there are issues related to compliance and reputational risk and so forth. So to the extent that we are able to manage this risk in an effective way, then data really bears significant promise. And I will end like how I started by saying data is the new collateral. Thanks so much for listening.
And prosperity in Ethiopia's agribusiness and SME sectors. This is going to be a panel discussion that's led by Jottewerk Gudeta. She is the Senior Advisor for Financial Sector at the National Bank of Ethiopia. At National Bank of Ethiopia and her previous role as the International Finance Corporation, or the IFC, she successfully led flagship reforms for financial sector development in areas of credit infrastructure, agriculture financing, warehouse receipt systems, and financial inclusion. So please help me welcome Jottewerk to the stage. A warm welcome again. I like it when we're all clapping. I don't see people in the back. People should be clapping for our wonderful lady.
Good morning to you all. I think it's still the morning, no? Thank you very much, Menna, for the introductions, and as well as thank you very much, Marlon, for the excellent presentation. In this panel, we'll build upon what Marlon was saying earlier in terms of data being the new collateral, to actually discuss the realities and prospects for data-driven lending in Ethiopia, especially focusing on segments of the economy that are currently either underserved or totally unserved, such as, of course, the rural economy at large, the agricultural sector, the SMEs that we normally usually refer to them as the missing middle, women, and as well as other segments of the economy. For this panel, I'll call upon seasoned leaders in the field with extensive expertise and experience one by one. And then I'll be moderating for the first 45 minutes or so by asking them questions. And then we'll actually open the session for the audience to ask our panelists any questions that you have, or as well as the previous speakers and panelists. And then without further ado, let me perhaps invite our panelists one by one to the stage by alphabetical order. First, I'll call Ato Abraham Andreas, who's the founder and managing director of Lersha. Lersha is a one-stop digital solution allowing smallholder farmers to access farm inputs, mechanization services, dynamic advisory, and facilitating access to finance. Please help me welcome Abraham to the stage. Next, I'll call Ato Darrabe Asfaw. Ato Darrabe Asfaw is an esteemed banking professional with over 2 decades of expertise. Ato Darrabe is currently the Chief Executive Officer of Cooperative Bank of Oromia. In his career, he has also held various positions in leading financial institutions, including in the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia and in the Bank of Abyssinia. Please, a round of applause for Ato Darrabe. Third, I'll welcome Ato Munir Duri. Ato Munir Duri is the Chief Executive Officer of Kafia, and as well as the founder, a credit cards and transaction processing company. As an entrepreneur, he has founded and run successfully technology and distribution companies, which led him to recognize the potential of fintechs and how it could change the way we access financial services at reach, create market linkages, and enable and grow micro small enterprises. Ato Munir, please to the stage. And then lastly, but not least, of course, Marlon Rollins. Can you come back to the stage to join us as a panelist? Marlon is a senior financial sector specialist who's leading World Bank's engagement in the financial sector development. Before joining the bank, Marlon was the country manager for Scotiabank and Royal Bank of Canada, as well as a bank regulator at the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank. He's already on the stage, but it would be great if you can also give him a round of applause. And then I'll join them on the stage. Excellent. Thanks to Marlon's extensive and very comprehensive presentation, I think we have very good context for this panel. And in light of that, perhaps my first question will go to Ato Darrabe. Ato Darrabe, as we often discuss and talk about, access to credit in Ethiopia is very much constrained to certain segments of the economy. And as noted earlier, much of the productive segments of our economy, including SMEs, and as well as the agricultural sector, are currently not sufficiently served. In that regard, one of the challenges that's often cited is the lack of information, whether credit or other form of information, to actually make credit decisions. And Marlon earlier was saying data is the new collateral. So in that regard, I'd like to ask what has been your experience in leveraging the digital world and as well as data to actually expand access to finance. It could be in the agricultural sector for SMEs or for other marginalized segments. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on this important conference. And I think it's a time to say still good morning to all of you. In terms of usage of data for increasing the access to credit to the rural community, especially farming, smallholder farmers and MSME. At the heart of the mission of the Cooperative Bank of Oromia, as the bank owned mainly by the cooperatives and the farmers, we have tried to look the way we can expand the credit facility or the credit access to the smallholding farmers and as MSMEs as well. So for that, we have seen the traditional credit underwriting, the challenges of the traditional credit underwriting, which was very explained by our friend here from World Bank. I don't want to go back to the challenges and the limitations of the traditional credit models. So for that, we look at forward thinking to adopt new way of lending or creating access to financing to the rural community and MSME. For that, we try to use the available technologies, maybe gathering data and taking analysis of data. So we use the system powered by AI that does credit scoring, psychometric analysis as well. So the AI-based credit scoring and the data-driven lending was launched in our bank almost 2 years ago. So for this, we have achieved a remarkable result, but getting data is very difficult. What we did, there is no national ID as mentioned, and there is no digital data as we desire. What we did, we have tried to score the transactional history of our smallholding farmers as well as MSME or micro business and retail business as well. Just simply the transactional history. So the AI does or is doing the transactional history of the applicant and set the limit of the credit facility. So without human intervention, without bringing the farmers or small or micro business to the branches, just on their phone, they can fill the format and submit the application. Then the system is linked to the account of the applicant. Once they have to have an account with us, so the system did the limit of the loan. By doing that, as you know, in Ethiopia, over the last 75 to 100 years, the number of borrowers are still reported by the National Bank is around 400,000, where we are over 120 million people. So over the last almost less than 2 years, we have financed 157,000 MSMEs. With a total amount of 3.6 billion Ethiopian birr. When we see this data, of course, we registered 200,000 customers. Among our borrowers, 40% are female. 40% are female. What is fascinating us is also the repayment of the females, or the repayment habit of the female or women borrowers is much, much more than the men. And 80% of the borrowers are used. When you say use, when I say use, is 15 to 35 years. And 13% of our borrowers are internally displaced and refugees. 5% of the borrowers are people with disabilities. So when we say we have created thousands of jobs in this regard, and it's really fascinating results we have, and the remarkable results we have achieved in this regard. Furthermore, we have piloted data-driven financing to smallholder farmers on pilot basis, 25,000 farmers from horticultures and coffee supply chain as well. We have also experimented on SACCOs and the Village Saving and the Credit Association in different areas. So once the borrowers has started the credit facility with us, the system also scoring the psycho credit part, the personal behavior, whether the borrower is really has a good behavior to settle the loan before the due date, or on due date, or after due date, or maybe willful default. So we can also do the psychometric credit scoring as well. The other system we have developed internally, Kupsuk Pass, which does the cash flow based lending based on the revenue of retailers. We have tablets and distributed to 22 women, and from their retail shop we have the system register their inventory list. When they sell, the system capture the revenue. Based on the revenue, we have started financing the women's. Of course, this project is really sponsored by World Bank. Thank you very much for this as well. And of course, repeated borrowers as well. Repeated borrowers, people who have frequently borrowed. We have two products, a weekly based product and a monthly based product. Some of the people borrowed significant number, maybe in terms of velocity. They have borrowed up to maximum 1.6 million, 1.2 million, 1.4 million individually. So the maximum loan we are providing is 100,000. So our products exemplify how digital data can be harnessed to offer quick, accessible financial support, transforming the lending landscape of Ethiopia. So this is the area we have learned. The other thing we have learned is the partnership approach. So we have partnered with fintech companies like Kfiya, not only innovative product, but we have to clear out the ambiguity between what the banks do and the fintech companies do. So for that, really appreciate the Kfiya technology for being partnering with us. So the economic and the social impact is very significant in this regard, and the challenge is of course there, a lot of challenge in terms of data privacy, data security. So we have done this. So in conclusion, if we really understand the benefit of data, means reduce the costs of the banks, reduce the hassles of the borrowers, and make easy, so we can bring inclusivity in terms of financial accessibility, and of course we can achieve the prosperity and the changing the life of the people down the ladder. For that, the will of the leadership to see the new way of doing a business, and of course changing the traditional way of creating financial accessibility is very, very important. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ato Darrabe, for that fascinating story of how, in reality, on the ground, data-driven lending is actually happening, and the fact that you haven't really waited until the full history is actually developed. Rather, you actually started from what you have on the ground, the transactional data, and then complementing that over time with psychometrics and other forms of data that you have. And it's truly also fascinating that the transformation is happening to actually expand access to those that were excluded previously. And the fact that you noted most of these borrowers are in fact women in the agricultural sector, use people with disabilities and other segments that were that previously didn't have access to credit from the sector. So thank you very much to Cooperative Bank of Oromia and to you as a leader for making that happen. And with that, I'll perhaps go to Munir from Kafia, who has long been investing in several platforms and analytical capabilities to actually support data-driven decision-making, whether credit and otherwise, to actually happen on the ground. And from that point of view, I'd like to ask you, Munir, what do you think is the role of digital trails in general in data to actually expand financial inclusion at the beginning and to deepen it? And what has been your experience over the years in this sector?
Thank you, Jyote. I think I would like to start with saying let's not forget the micro, because we many times reference SMEs, but in Ethiopia, I think the biggest sector that exists is the micro, and then we move on to SME. So if you look at what we have done over the past 7-8 years, is really looking at what digital traits and what data outside that digital traits can bring to an inclusive economy. And these days, if you hear a lot of the language coming out, talks about beyond the access to accounts, what kind of use of accounts can that be? And it always starts with credit. That discussion starts with credit. So when you start with credit, and in a continent, and specifically in Ethiopia as well, data is scarce. Data is lacking. Data does not, in many instances, exist. So how do you now, in a continent or in a country where you have very little structured data that has a historic context, that is time series or properly structured, now provide alternative ways of scoring those people? And that's when these digital traits come into play. So if you look at the use of data or the use of alternative data, because we need to be very careful. Data has always been used for a long time in the developed nations. In the United States or in Europe, people have been scored for a significantly longer period of time. Companies have been rated for over 50 years or 40 to 50 years. So the challenge is now where that structured data does not exist, specifically in developing or low or middle income countries. What does this digital traits mean? What does data mean? So how do you leverage alternative data sources to either score, rate, or mitigate risks for? So what we have seen is over the past years, if you look at the sub-Saharan Africa countries, is 10 to 15 years, countries like South Africa and most parts of North Africa have been using ATM and debit data to score individuals. And where companies have been using debit, they have been able to score them. That has evolved over the last 10 years to the use of mobile data. If you see Kenya, Ghana, significantly where there is a lot of mobile money operations, GSM data and mobile wallet data or mobile money data has become the proxy for scoring. What is very interesting is in the last 3 to 5 years, that has also evolved. And that evolution is now creating, constructing, acquiring data to create data lakes. So where we have started, and that's the beauty of technology, is that you need to leapfrog. It allows you to leapfrog. So we started 6-7 years ago in building a data lake, leveraging and collecting, constructing data from alternative sources. MSME data from the market. We do substantive investments in surveys every 3 to 4 months to validate, collect MSME data, to look at growth data of MSMEs, whether they are increasing in capital or number of employees. We constantly do financial diaries, and as you know, with the support of IFC as well, we have increased that financial diary use to collect and synthesize data around agribusiness and smallholder farmers. We have a scoring engine that we have built, psychometric scoring engine that we have built from using socio-economic context of the country. So we have a very significant data source at the moment in the data lake. That, if you see around the world, it has now evolved in the last 1-2 years. You now have see the use of large language models, which is what is typically termed as artificial intelligence, to leverage and process those data on the data lake to mean something. So within the Ethiopian context, what we have been successfully been able to do is with high accuracy, we can now determine the other data sets, that we are using is significantly remote sensing data or satellite data, farmer data. We started it 8 years ago for the use of insurance. We are now using the same data to look at capabilities of farmers' economic well-being. So this data lake allows you to score. It allows you to look at an MSME in different segments, in manufacturing, in agribusiness or agri-food systems and service sectors, and we score them between 350 to 880, similar to a FICO model. And we have now an accuracy that is reaching close to 90+ percentage. So this is the evolution that we have seen, and this is the evolution that we have followed. And I think Ethiopia is now finally joining most parts of sub-Saharan Africa in availing what is called productive credit beyond the use for individual consumption. That's our experience.
It's working, no? Yes, great. Indeed, Munir, as you rightly noted, data in our context requires a lot of investment, both in terms of the collection, but as well as in making it usable and as well as reliable for financial institutions such as your partners to actually make proper decisions. And then it also requires continuous investment to improve the accuracy. And it's great to hear that the accuracy levels that you've actually reached through your system as right now reliable enough to enable our banks to make the right decisions. Thank you for sharing your experience. With that, I'll perhaps pass to Abraham from Lersha. Abraham, we've heard quite a lot during the day and on how we have advanced as a country in terms of digital payments and as well as in terms of digital financial services. And then given your extensive experience on the ground working in the agricultural sector and specifically with smallholder farmers, it would be great to hear from you what your experience has been in terms of digitization, both payments, but as well as even beyond that in terms of digital financial services for our farmers on the ground. And how can that be leveraged to expand access to credit going forward?
Thank you, Jyoti. I think good afternoon, everyone, from my side, and I'm very happy to be here. I think leveraging digital payments, as we have been said so far, for a data lending, especially for smallholder farmer, is a very timely issue, not only for digital transformation, but also to ensure agricultural transformation in Ethiopia. But when we talk about using digital payments for data-driven model, I think the first question is how much of the service is digitized to capture data? So most of our agricultural transaction in rural area is somehow traditional, and then capturing data is a bit difficult. Given the connectivity, phone ownership, and literacy of our smallholder farmer, I think promoting technology platforms to provide agricultural service is very important, so that capturing some farm-related transactions such as seed, agrochemical or mechanization service, and then even beyond output sale is very important. And if we capture this data, financial institutions and fintech companies actually can run a credit assessment to unlock micro loan for smallholder farmers in the rural area. But when we talk about smallholder farmer, not all smallholder farmers are the same. Sometimes customizing a financial product specific to a value chain is very important, because not all value chains behave the same. We have some commercial products such as malt barley, soya, maize or wheat, and these smallholder farmers are usually well-to-do farmers compared to other unstructured value chains. So if we focus on commercial products, then most likely other smallholder farmers producing non-commercial will not have enough transaction data to provide access to finance to them. So as Lersha, we focus on capturing a digital profile of a farmer, because it was mentioned earlier, a lack of data on a smallholder farmer is very difficult to develop a data lending model. In the rest of the world, because data is available, fintechs use somehow a digital transaction data. But there are also other opportunities, as Munir mentioned, satellite data on climate, satellite data on fertilizer recommendation, and a soil acidity of a farmer actually gives you a hint to build somehow a risky type of lending model, but most of the data lending models start with. The other is, I think, engagement of agri-tech platforms like Lersha will help to capture more data, but also how do we create that interoperability? We always approach a farmer to ask the same type of question again and again. So if the data is available, I think creating that trust and confidence to share with others is also one important element, especially in the lack of payment data on a smallholder farmer. ATI is currently leading an initiative on a digital profile of a farmer, where digital ID is actively participating. And then so far we have also contributed close to 150,000 farmer data point to ATI, so that can be shared to also other platforms. The other is awareness creation. Earlier during the presentation, I think Solomon was presenting how cash is still a king in a rural area. So how can we take smallholder farmers in a rural area move beyond cash? So awareness level might be difficult, but there are farmer-based organizations, and we can start creating a farmer-based organization to build that trust and confidence, and help farmers to move beyond cash in a rural area. And again, I want to say this, in some Asian market, risk lending model is how they started such data lending digital platforms, because most of our they are small in size, their negotiation capability is low, and they are far from also bank branch. So in absence of even bank transaction in digital payments, how can we incentivize banks to start such a risky lending model to capture data? I think that can be a good start point. And unlocking access to finance, we don't have a lot of use cases in the rural area. So through this even risky lending model, we can build these small pilots with a better learning for scale.
Thank you very much, Abraham. Indeed, connectivity, phone ownership, and literacy, as you rightly noted, in the fact that understanding smallholder farmers are not homogeneous, and really understanding on how to segment and as well as build from the commercial to the other segments would be the way to go. But as you rightly noted as well, collectively we have, huge responsibility in figuring out on how to address the access to finance and the access to credit specifically challenges that we have, especially for smallholder farmers. So thank you for sharing your experience. With that, perhaps I'll go to Marlon. He has shared extensively during his presentation on how data-driven lending works globally, what has been the trend from alternative database lending, factoring other products to open banking. And given your opportunity to actually look at this globally, my question to you would be, what are the success factors to effectively scale up data-driven lending, and what could be some of the lessons that Ethiopia could actually take from countries that are in front of us?
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. I must first of all start off by saying that the level of innovation we certainly have seen here in Ethiopia far surpasses what we have seen in many countries. So for example, in the case of the United States, we are still very much on a credit card-based model. I remain fascinated every time I go to a restaurant here and I could just enter someone's number and within a nanosecond I can pay my bill. So certainly kudos to the financial sector here in Ethiopia, who continues to challenge and to innovate. In particular to our partners, Bank of Oromia on stage, who continue to be open and amenable to all of the pilots and the innovations that we have been testing. In particular, psychometric testing, you know, the repeat lending automation, the revenue base, the cash flow base. And I think traditionally, banks have been, and again, Madam Moderator, permit me to be a bit provocative here because I'm in a room full of bankers and I was a former banker myself. In that, you know, banks tend to focus still a lot on collateral. So when I was in banking, one of the things we used to say is that the first source of repayment is through your cash flows and your business generation. And collateral is only needed in the unlikely event that that person cannot pay. So it's really a secondary source of repayment. And what we have seen in a lot of countries, the pendulum and the emphasis and focus on collateral has swung so far that people tend to make the lending decision based on the size and value of the collateral. Now in markets where it's very difficult to dispose of collateral, you're really setting up yourself for failure if your first point of call is not really on assessing one's ability to repay. And this is where we go to data and how data could equip banks with a rich source of information to try to assess the correlation and the predictability of one's ability to repay their loan. And I think this is where the open data, the open banking bears significant promise. So beyond the traditional sources of data that hinges significantly on one's credit history, especially when you're focusing on the underserved and the underserved who have very thin files and may not have borrowed in the past, then looking at a credit history is a challenge because they don't have one. So what we have seen in a lot of cases is that even in cases where you've created financial platforms, you're looking at other types of data within the existing platforms, right? So how do you continue to push the envelope on looking at data beyond the financial to try to determine one's correlation to repay and predictability? And I think to answer your question more specifically, where a lot of focus needs to be placed on one, how do we collect this information? How do we then analyze this information in a way that supports that predictability? How do we make sure the weights we're placing on one's behavior on TikTok or Instagram doesn't necessarily cause a reverse problem of reverse discrimination as a result of that, right? So there has to be particular protocols developed around this to make sure that the use of the data really is done in a responsible way. And that is consistent with the global definition we see for the banks, you know, the Basel Committee definition on this particular area. A couple of other use cases where we've seen is, for example, value chain financing. And in a lot of cases where you have, for example, the aggregation of avocados from 20 farms or 100 farms across, we can actually, in some cases, I worked on a project in Haiti where we actually use GPS data and satellite imagery to sort of track avocados through that value chain from farm X to the aggregator or the cooperative, the farming cooperative, to the port, to shipment in the UK, and so forth. So it's really thinking outside of the box and to see how best, with the data that we already have in the universe, how do we pick the right data points and to make sure that we can build these data sets, as my colleague from CAFE was saying, that you use the data sets, one, available to you, and two, that really supports the higher level of predictability. And then, of course, just finally to speak about how this type of data really has helped the financial sector to create new instruments, new lending instruments. So traditionally, you go to a bank as a farmer, you ask for $10,000, they say to you, your repayment is $100 every month over 12 months. Now, as a farmer, the first 3 months of my crop cycle, I have zero cash flow, I have zero revenue. So when a bank says to me that I still need to find $1,000, we're really setting ourselves up for failure in that regard. So making sure that one's understanding your customer's business is critical to designing a financial product that best supports that need. And of course, for you, the benefit as a financial institution is that, of course, it will remain productive and performing and wouldn't go to NPL, where the NBE will ask you to take provisions on these loans. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Marlon. Indeed, the collection, analytics, and ensuring that the data is actually predictable enough, and then complementing that with alternative source of data for segments that actually do not have enough history, as I think something to underline. And as well as the fact that collateral is a second line of defense and shouldn't actually serve as the primary analysis basis to make a great decision. So thank you so much for that. And also just to underline the earlier point in terms of the need for partnership between several players on the ground, ACTEX, and as well as other institutions that could actually generate data for banks to actually leapfrog from where they are right now to data-driven lending. With that, in the interest of time, I will now open the floor for questions that the audience might have. I will ask the ushers to actually help us pass the mics. If anyone has any questions for our panelists here, would be great if you can show me your hands. Okay, I see one hand over there. If you can kindly say your name and where you come from, and keep it to 2 minutes so that we give opportunities to other colleagues, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Faris Mubarak. I'm from Ethiopian Cybersecurity Association. My question goes to actually not for this panel, to the previous section to your dial. I'm very much concerned about the digital ID with regard to cyber or data privacy. What are the measures that has been taken to make sure the PII is collected in the right manner and kept safely and looked after? My second question is to this panel. Of course, the digitization and digital payment is very much based on infrastructure, the strong infrastructure that is required in terms of computer network as well as power. And this is a key issue that I see in my country. What are the contributions of private and the public in investing to educate our society in terms of digital literacy, as well as having as much as possible an investment into our society, the able ones to have digital equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. I see one hand at the back. Any other colleagues that have questions? Would be great if you can show us your hand so that the team could make the mics ready for you. Meantime.
It's better for me to rise up because I'm very much sure. My name is Asagir and I come from the insurance sector, and anyone can address my question with regard to the cyber attack. Especially, I would like to address this question from the World Bank representative, because KPMG, some 5 years back, tried to identify that there is a potential cyber attack in East Africa. And recently we have seen some challenges in the known banks in Ethiopia. And the question is, when and how we can say that a certain financial sector, either the commercial banks or microfinances, are being attacked by cyber attack? Because for me, since from my professional background, the most important base for any financial sector is the trustworthiness. The customer put much trust on financial sector, and that is the only base for them. Trust is very crucial and essential. And from today's knowledge I share about data, any data that is credible, valuable, and worthfulness may be attacked. So from this perspective, can we say any attack, since it has a potential repercussion upon the customer, be considered as cyber attack? Because from the insurance perspective, I am an insurer. Cyber attack has its own insurance policy. It is better for us to educate the larger customer to buy insurance policies of the cyber insurance policies than camouflaging or obscuring, attacking. They are not cyber attack. Rather than camouflaging or obscuring any attempt to the financial sector, it's better to educate them. And please tell me your experience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I didn't know our insurance underwrite a policy for cyber attacks. That's good to hear, but we'll address your question. Any others, please? I can't properly see from this.
I have the mic.
Oh, there is one. Okay, please go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Just a very specific question that I would like to raise for the panelists, but most importantly also for some of our bankers in the audience. I'm personally very happy to see common language being spoken by actors in the financial service sector regarding data-driven lending and the use of data and all of that. Technology and data can help us address some of the underlying constraints as to why banks were not really interacting and serving MSMEs and the agri segment at large. But there are also other underlying constraints that are not really addressed. So I just want to ask in a nutshell, what's next, and how are we going to really expand what we have started? Because it's really groundbreaking what's happening at the moment. Thank you.
Excellent. We'll take 2 more questions. Okay. There is one to my right. Yes, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Tazarra Kabede from Peace Microfinance. I do have 2 concerns that need to be addressed. And the first one is regarding the digital identification system, particularly in connection with biometric. The reason why I raised this question is particularly in the rural area, where there is a traditional identification system, we must encompass the digital identification system, and that might call the collaboration between different parties, and also there is a need of policy support. Biometric machines we import from the rest of the world, and in order to create enabling environment, maybe there might be support in creating enabling environment, also probably in lifting up, in avoiding taxes connected to those machines. What are views in connection to this? The other area that was slightly touched by presenters is the financial literacy and financial education. And this is the area that is very much needed, particularly in remote and extreme rural areas where microfinance operates. And is there a way by which we can focus in digital financial literacy and financial education so that we can cope up with our drive? And this calls support and collaboration, probably, and also it might need a policy support as well. I know National Bank of Ethiopia has a clear policy in this regard, but how can we implement and work towards it so that to expedite our pace of economic development and growth that we are in? Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. For the last question, I would like to give the opportunity to a woman in the team. So if any women would like to ask questions, this will be the opportunity. Do we have any? Okay. Any remaining questions? Okay, I see one hand.
Thank you very much. I'm Mohsen from Tsahai Bank. We are talking a lot about digitalization. On the other hand, we are still continuing to import ATMs, which, in my opinion, is supporting the cash economy. So to move to the cashless society, we have to discourage devices like ATMs, which encourage people to use cash. So my question is, when are we stopping importing ATMs? Because we are spending a lot in local currency as well as in foreign currency. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's an interesting one. So with that, I'll perhaps open the floor to my panelists here, but as well as to perhaps Yodahe, if I may, as there are a few questions related with national ID, which I'll summarize as the first one having to do with data protection. How protected are the people that are getting the data? What's the legal framework in that regard? A second one related with the biometrics and the rollout in the rural areas, especially with what incentives are there for importing the needed equipment to actually let us expand as soon as possible. And because we have the privilege of having you, I'll also ask you to perhaps address the issues related with cybersecurity. So how susceptible are we as the financial sector, and what can we actually do about it? So I'll give you the floor first, and then I'll bring it back to our panelists.
Not to take a lot of time, I'll just address it standing up. So regarding any technical specific questions about biometrics, etc., we can have a session focused on specifically digital ID, and then delve deeper into it. The other question was with regards to, yes, how are the biometric devices being supplied? As you may know, 32 banks in Ethiopia are now procuring the biometric devices themselves. So they start registering in their own physical locations. So that as far as financial sector is concerned, we believe we're more than covered. Cybersecurity is an ever-increasing threat. Wherever there is money, there's always going to be cyber attacks. Richer countries, in fact, get more cyber attacks than poorer countries like ours. You can look at these global charts where cyber attacks are happening. Very few cyber attacks come our way. Still, it's not negligible, especially compared to the size of our economy. So we have to be very vigilant. Not only legal safeguards, but also technical safeguards have to be there, and Information Network Security Administration is working on it. Every agency, every financial institution has a very strong cybersecurity team. They are one of the best paid, in fact, in the industry. Cybersecurity professionals are one of the most sought after professionals because of the importance of cybersecurity, and I'm sure the industry understands it well.
Thank you very much, Ato Yodahe. I understand Yodahe and his team will be with us throughout the session. So for any specific national ID related questions, I'm sure they'll be happy to address them bilaterally. With that, I'll bring it back to my esteemed panelists here. There has been a few questions around the need to invest on literacy, financial literacy, digital literacy, and as well as education at large. And there was also an excellent question, which I also had on my list. What does it take, right? So we've discussed on where we are right now and as well as on the prospects. But collectively, really, what does it take to actually exponentially increase digital financial services and specifically credit? Would be great if you can perhaps reflect on both questions one by one. I'll probably start from Abraham and then we continue.
Thank you, Jyote. I think the questions are very valid, especially the financial and digital literacy part is a very bold one. So from our experience, when we travel to a rural area, I think the public universities are very close to most of the farmers and our farmer-based organizations. So as it's mentioned, National Bank clearly indicated the trend of conducting this financial literacy in a rural area to be financial inclusion. So engaging these public universities might be less costly and also very feasible from a sustainable point of view. The other is, I think, even for what follows financial literacy is very important. Earlier from Marlon, it was mentioned the National Warehouse Resource System offered some loan to a smallholder farmer and the repayment was 100%. And if farmers actually, that one was from a collateral point of view, but if farmers are given with the right amount of loan at the right time, actually they can perform better. So something should follow even after a financial literacy, which is a viable business case. The other is partnership. Building partnership in agriculture and in financial sector is not easy. It takes time. It's a trust building process. So in terms of providing not only data driven, but also to provide interoperability between agriculture service and financial service, financial institutions should be working more closely with agri-tech companies and agricultural service companies, where understanding that time-taking process and then trust-building process of partnership is also very important.
Thank you very much. Probably with regard to financial literacy, as to me, the challenge about the financial literacy is the mindset of the legacy we have practiced in the past. You know, it's very difficult to convince the board of directors or regulators or the government policy makers to shift from what we have practiced to the new way of life. So let us see the transactions. When we saw in the morning, the digital transaction has already overtaken the cash transaction. Why that happened? It's just because I believe that it is because of the policymakers. Let's say cash mandate on fuel. If the government takes the proper policy and the proper direction, so the digital penetration will grow. I don't know about the infrastructure, and it's not my area. Of course, the infrastructure regarding the bank, out of that, it needs the other key players. So, to be honest, we have tried to work with the farmers. We have started a project with MasterCard, and we went down to the rural level, and the farmers are very active, and they know what to do. The challenge is the data, structured data, organized data, the data that Munir and Abraham mentioned earlier, which we could not really get the data to include the farmers in financial inclusion, especially from the credit perspectives. Otherwise, of course, literacy is there, education, university, collaboration between universities, financial sectors, policymakers, and the key players. I don't deny that the effort from stakeholders have no value, but if we change our mind, we can exploit the opportunities that we have at grassroots and at our hand. So what does it take to really have easy, quick, and accessible financial inclusion at all levels? I think it is it need that data sharing. Maybe we are rating or scoring our customers based on our historical transaction, the transactions that we have at our hand, not with other banks. So the data sharing, collaboration between the banks, the fintech companies, and the government and the regulators are key area to really leverage what we have at our hand and do that. As a bank, we have started to even open container-based branches in the rural area. It's powered by solar energy and alternatively as a backup with wind energy. We have 50 branches in rural area. What we have said is we have to approach the rural community instead of the existing approach. We follow the phygital approach. We mean phygital. We have to be physically there to educate, to create the financial literacy, and to create the digital literacy, how they are using. Of course, we have also make ready 50 additional branches in that regard. Once we try to educate the community, the rural community, then they really well understand the financial usage and the digital usage, we can move our containers to the other locations. If we all banks do this, if we all concerned stakeholders do this, we can impact the financial literacy within the shortest possible time. I believe in that way, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Jyote. I think we're in a very, very interesting time in Ethiopia, where I think most of the foundational requirements to really jumpstart into data-driven digital financial services are there. If you look at, we have a telecom infrastructure with high penetration. We have about 83 million people using phones today. Close to 30 million of them are on smartphones. We have 4.1 or 4.2 digital IDs and increasing every day, another foundational thing. Banks are more interoperable with EthioSwitch. So if you see all this basic infrastructure is now being complemented by a regulator that is really pushing the boundaries of innovation, that's very impatient to push innovation. So those foundational things are there now. The question is what next? And I think if you look at what are we trying to solve for in a country where we have very little data, how do we build more data lakes that enable scoring to become more democratic. Products that are relevant and appropriate. We don't have products that are neither relevant nor appropriate today for SMEs, MSMEs, or agribusinesses. Most of the products that we see in Ethiopia at the moment are very conventional products that have been there for 40, 50 years, counting at the moment. So the innovation around looking at what is appropriate and relevant for different type of MSMEs. The World Bank was talking about factoring. I think invoice financing is very interesting for MSMEs. I think inventory credit is very interesting for retails, hotels, restaurants, and the people that produce spices, the small businesses, the micro businesses. I think buy now, pay later should enable individuals to really buy what they can afford today and live a life that is more fulfilling. So I think product innovation is what needs to move next, to bring in products what that smallholder farmers value chain financing, as Abraham was saying. People that farmers should get input credit. They should get insurance, micro insurance. They could get agronomy services and mechanization services. So products, I think, are the next phase where Ethiopia should concentrate on and move away from the 40, 50 years legacy to what is relevant and appropriate for the customers and consumers. The low use of technology. We talk about currently interesting developments. Telebir is very, very interesting, very ubiquitous. CB, BIR, COOP, and many others are becoming. But it's still the use of technology is now gravitated towards payments. It needs to go beyond payments. The governor was talking about what next in terms of credit, insurance, investment, and savings. So what are these technologies? Because we need to leverage. Ethiopia is one of those countries that have a very low usage of technology. Roles. What is the role of the different dynamic partners that needs to be created? Every country that has been successful is in crafting that partnership, where each has a very niche role to play. Partnerships is the fourth thing. The fifth thing is, I think, what we need to collaboratively think about is this question about continuously coming up financial literacy and digital literacy. I don't think it's the responsibility of one company or the National Bank. It needs to have a collaborative state whereby a platform should be created, and we need to move from direct human intervention literacy delivery to really digital. And that way we become ubiquitous and we go to scale. I think these are the four things. And of course, regulatory. I think the National Bank should continue pushing the limits of the boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess the benefit of speaking last after such an with such an esteemed panel is that they've said everything that I was planning to say. But there's also a challenge because I need to add some value. But just to sort of reiterate and to echo some similar sentiments of the panel, is that as we speak about cyber attack, and you know, this is one of the existential threats that the financial sector faces, because it not only affects you know, immediately a loss in, you know, revenues or so forth, but it also has the potential to sort of rewrite all of the hard-won gains we have moved in terms of moving from a cash society to a digital one, right? It just requires one significant attack for consumers to say, look, I don't want to mess with these platforms anymore, I want cash. So it's everyone's business, you know. I like to say cybersecurity is everyone's business. It's not just the responsibility of the government or Kafir or so. It really requires an all-hands-on-deck approach. So there's the role of the consumer, first and foremost, to be able to do this responsibly. And in so doing, I think the sentiments being echoed is quite consistent that there has to be digital literacy, financial literacy, which is really the first line of defense for any sort of attack. Secondly, we move to the level of consumer protection, digital protection. And this is where the privacy laws, the legal and regulatory framework has to be in place to protect you know, the citizenry who do take on board this. And of course, you have the role of the society as a whole, It's just part of our moral compass, and of course here in Ethiopia we're very religious. So as such, just understanding that the misuse and unfair treatment to our brother or sister really impacts the society as a whole. So I like to see this as a full ecosystem approach. Everyone has a role to play: the consumer, the regulator, our financial institutions, and the society as a whole. And then just to answer the question on what are some of the next steps and what is needed, I think collaboration, infrastructure, financial infrastructure. I think, you know, data-driven lending doesn't happen on its own. It's really part of taking a one ecosystem approach. So a lot of the interventions that is currently being undertaken by the NBE, you know, movable collateral registry, addresses one of the key barriers to SMEs access, you know, having a credit bureau where your data can be used, and this also includes not only financial sector data, but to what extent can I use my utility bill payments as a way to build a credit history, and can this be included in the credit bureau? So looking at other financial infrastructure that works in tandem and supports, you know, the financial institutions and the financial players in making a decision and supporting lending, I think is going to be critical going forward. Thanks. Over.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that very good discussion. And indeed, we collaboratively and collectively need to build upon the digital payments infrastructure to actually expand access to other digital financial services to our population. And I think we have food for thought in terms of your experiences, expertise in looking forward to the what does it take. So thank you so much for that. With that, I'll close this panel and hand over to Menna. Would be great if you can help me in thanking our panelists and you know, getting back to their seats.
Can the panelists walk outside and get a quick photo? So I'm not here to give you another panel discussion or presentation. You're gonna love me after this. We're gonna have lunch now. We've gone a little bit over time, but they're telling me lunch is an hour and a half. So there's ushers standing around. They've probably given you your lunch tickets by now. There's 2 different colors, so they'll let you know which direction to go. Just make sure you show it to them. And as the French would say, bon appétit, መልካም ምሳ, and I'll see you in an hour and a half. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And a quick
on transitioning the UN principles for responsible digital payments into a framework for transition in Ethiopia's payment sector. Mr. Oswald Kahonde is the head of Anglophone Africa at the Better Than Cash Alliance, a UN-based partnership dedicated to advancing the responsible adoption of digital payments. Oswald focuses on building digital payment ecosystems that promote financial inclusion and create opportunities for active participation in local economies, especially in agricultural value chains. So without further ado, please help me welcome Mr. Oswald to the stage. He will also be continuing and doing the panel discussion that follows, so over to you.
Thanks so much, Mena. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I wanted that feedback. Thank you so much. And I know it's not very easy to get our minds back to work, especially coming from lunch, but we will try to make it possible that we are quickly tuned back to discussing the most important things. So this is, I would call it one of the exciting sessions that we're going to have to discuss and explore particularly the future of payments in Ethiopia, but also looking back on what we have achieved, what has been done already, and what needs to be done to get things moving in a way that will help to build the ecosystem. So to kick us off the conversation, I want to just take a few minutes to lay the foundation on the basis upon which we believe from the Better Than Cash Alliance ecosystems can be built in a responsible way. I think from the morning session, from His Excellency the Governor has been talking about the future and talking about the ideas, new things that will come, but all that has to be based on principles that reflects the responsibilities of each player who is going to play a role in the ecosystem. So I'm going to briefly talk about building that ecosystem, but just quickly, some of you may be asking, who is this Better Than Cash Alliance and so forth. Some think we sell technology. We don't sell technology. We are a partnership that is based at the UN that works with its members, drawn from governments, from corporates, from international organizations, specifically focused on accelerating the transition from cash to responsible digital payments. So our greatest focus is on ensuring that as we transition to responsible digital payments, we work with our members to make that happen, but we always want to ensure that it's happening in a responsible way. Why in a responsible way? Because we don't want to leave anyone behind, and everyone has to be onboarded. It has to be inclusive. So these are some of the members of the Better Than Cash Alliance, more than 80 members now. So we are housed at the UN, so the UN provides that secretarial service to the Alliance. So talking about the principles, the UN principles for responsible digital payments, what we are talking about here is that digital payments must work every time. If they don't work, then they are not better than cash. I would rather stick to cash if digital payments do not work all the time. Digital payments must be fair. Digital payments must be transparent. They must bring in accountability. And last but not least, they must also offer recourse when they fail. We know in every technology, we know in every system, we know in every new thing that is brought onto the market, these risks are there, failure is there, but how do we deal with that? So we've come up with these 9 principles. I love all of them, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to talk about all of them. Some of you have already seen them. we actually have an online course on these principles. So if you want to learn more about them, please go to our website, click on the UN principles, and go to the online course. It's a free course. You don't have to pay anything. It's all your time that is needed. So we have 9 of them that are clearly outlined there. And most of these, as you've heard in the morning, that we've been working with NBE, even the development of the National Digital Payment Strategy, you will see some of the reflections out of that strategy being reflected also as I talk, because they anchored the National Digital Payment Strategy the way it was developed. So there are 9. I'm not going to talk about all of them, but I'll just pick 1 or 2 just to demonstrate what we mean. These principles can be used by anyone, right at the policy level, at the regulatory level. You can come up as a central banker with a regulatory framework that is based on, anchored on principles, on these principles. As a bank or a financial service provider, you can also use these principles in the design of your products and solution and roll out products. The whole idea about the principles, looking now into the future, is to answer the question on how do we build better? How do we ensure that we change, we build trust in people's minds, and we ensure that digital is comfortable to use and people don't question a lot of things and they would like to transact more on digital. So the whole idea of the principles is to minimize risk, but also to build trust, especially for first-time users who are using it for the first time, people in the rural areas sometimes, but even in the urban areas. I know the demographic of Ethiopia shows that about 60% of the population is youth, but you still have the other 40% who are adults. And if you would then want to achieve the 75% goal of financial inclusion, it means we have to do it right and in a responsible way. Treating users fairly is number 1. You have to treat users fairly in all ways. Fairness is how you define it. So we've left it open for you to define it, but the key principles is that users need to know that when I'm using digital systems, whether it's a digital loan, microinsurance, whichever, it has to be fair. The second is around ensuring funds are accessible. It doesn't help to put money in a card when that card cannot be used anywhere, or to put money in a phone when the ecosystem is not ready to facilitate transaction digitally, or there are no agents to cash out. So those are some of the principles that we emphasize on. Prioritize women, that's a key one for us. I know when we started having this conversation some 4 or 5 years ago in the development of the financial inclusion strategy, there was a huge debate around why we should prioritize women, because an account is an account. But when we heard in the morning from the conversations from the panels on the data-driven lending, one of the things that came from our Oromia Cooperative Bank was that women are better payers than men. And then you start asking yourself, if women are better payers than men, how come we don't have more loans going to women? But banks are still going to give to men who are not good payers, who, okay, let me not say that, but who specialize in borrowing and not paying back. Men are not, they love taking risks. I'm taking it from experience. So they can borrow, put a house there, they don't care. They can even tell you, come and get my house if I don't pay. But you cannot do that to women. So women are better payers, so they have to be prioritized. We were also having that conversation during that debate to say, if Ethiopia is to reach 75% financial inclusion, and the demographics shows that there's 50% men and 50% women, if you then focus on men only, or you don't prioritize the other group that is lagging behind, how do we then get to the 75%? Mathematically, it's not possible. So we need to prioritize that. Let me rush to the other one. Interoperability, I think we had that conversation in the morning on digital public infrastructure, why it's important. I think there's a full session tomorrow on interoperability, on its importance, so I'm not going to talk much about that. My favorite, make recourse clear, quick, and responsive. That's a big one. You cannot roll out a digital system using, and you have a recourse system that is based on conventional banking. That does not work. If you really want to build trust in the ecosystem, you have to even reinvent your recourse mechanism so that if people are calling, they are not just calling a number and no one is picking it, or they are calling a number and the person who is picking it doesn't really know what is supposed to be done, or they are referring you to this, who then refers you to this one and then refers you to the next one. And before you know it, people just put their phones down, switch off the wallet, and go back to cash. So if we are talking of recourse, we are saying we need to create recourse systems that address grievances of first-time users, because we want to build trust in the first-time users. And the only way to do that is to ensure that when there is a problem, we quickly address that problem. That's why we've seen in other countries now they are coming up with funds that help to compensate for any loss that happens in the first instances, especially for low-value transactions. If there is a loss that happens, they quickly come in and refund and deal with whatever problem that comes in. That's where the issues of fraud are going to be dealt with. And how do we deal with those things? Because as digital grows, social engineering fraud also starts taking center stage. So how do we address that? And how do we build a future that is attractive to first-time users? So these are some of the principles: championing accountability, because in digital payments, it's not one player who does everything. You find you have a bank here. We had in the morning, World Bank was talking of psychometric testing, which is done in partnership with one of the cooperative bank, Oromia Cooperative Bank. But within that, you also have a private sector player, Kefia, bringing in its technology, if I use that example. Then you have a development partner on the other hand. And the question then, in terms of accountability, is if anything goes wrong within that value chain, who is accountable at the end of the day if money is lost? And if that is not properly defined right from the start, it then creates a lot of problems. Okay? So I just wanted to let this and set this, use these principles as a stepping stone to the conversation that we're going to have about the future. If we are going to build a strong, secure, inclusive ecosystem as outlined in the strategy and outlined in the morning by His Excellency the Governor, we have to take these principles into consideration. We have to lay a foundation that is strong. I think in the conversation we had on digital data lending in the morning, my colleague from the World Bank, Marlon, I think he emphasized the issue of being responsible. So responsible is key in digital. Otherwise, we'll leave a lot of people behind, or we'll create a huge digital divide. So we are going to then delve into a bit more detailed conversation now with our esteemed panelists who are going to help us discuss the future of payments in Ethiopia. And I know you're going to love this. We had in the morning, we are at 90 million mobile money accounts and accounts. We had the number of transactions going to 4 trillion. We also had, in terms of agents, there are now over 250,000 agents. Is that enough? We don't know. That's what we want to explore now. What will it take to ecosystems that are responsible for the rural markets? Because if you look at the population distribution in Ethiopia, almost more than 60%, or around 60 to 65% of the population is still in the rural areas. How do we build digital ecosystems that are fit for the rural areas? Because the dynamics there, the context there is totally different from what's prevailing in urban areas. The connectivity issues, here you're boasting of 4G, 5G, but in some of the rural areas, they are still on 2G. So how do we ensure that we build ecosystems that are sustainable? So we are going to take a look at that and look at what has worked so far and what is supposed to be done to get things moved to the next step. So I have a wonderful panel that and panelists that are going to discuss this topic. First, I would like to invite Ato Abisano, who is the president of the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. And we know Commercial Bank of Ethiopia is the largest bank in the country. And he has been at the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia for a while, and that's why he started his career. I mean, he has worked at the CBE and ascended to the presidents of the bank. And we are privileged to have him as one of the panelists. I know you would want to hear from him because he's leading the largest bank in the country. So you cannot afford to shut your ears and say, we don't want to hear, because what he's going to say might influence the future. So you better listen carefully. Thank you. You have the privilege to choose anyway, sir. To join him as well from the banking sector, we have Ato Melak from Hybrid Bank. He insisted it's not United Bank, it's Hybrid Bank. So Ato Melak is currently the CEO of Hybrid Bank, formerly United Bank, which is one of the top private banks in Ethiopia. He was the senior DCO Strategy and Technology at Hybrid Bank before 2019 until he assumed his position. But well experienced in this space, and especially on the ICT side. So if you have any questions, those who were talking about cybersecurity in the morning, just talking of ID, we have your man here to answer some of those questions. He should be able to address those. And from the telco side, you see, we have a balanced team here. I would want to call upon Paul Kavavu, who is the head of Safaricom Ethiopia. And prior to joining Safaricom Ethiopia, he was head of M-Pesa New Business Ventures at Safaricom. He has 19 years of progressive experience. I mean, when we talk of Safaricom and M-Pesa, we're talking of the founders of mobile money in the world, not only in Africa. So you would really want to listen to this man. So let's put our hands together for Paul Kavavu as he comes to the stage. Yes, there he comes. People from the telecoms, they just want to sneak from behind. Then last but not least, joined by Brooke Adana. Most of you know him. He is the Chief Mobile Money Officer at Telebear, and more than 16 years in the telecom sector, a computer engineer by profession, and he has been at the helm of Telebear since 2021. Yes, so we have a wonderful team on stage. I know someone is pointing already that, where are the ladies there? I knew it, someone was going to ask that, but we have a wonderful team. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for this wonderful panel. So I have gentlemen on the stage. Someone last week was telling us that maybe we must call it a money list, not a panel. We have a men-only panel, but we're trying to, I think we are going to do justice to the conversations and represent the ladies very well. So thank you so much, gentlemen, and for the time, we look forward to really have this conversation. Please, if you have any questions, write it down, because you definitely want to ask questions in this conversation. Let me start with Ato Melak here. You've been in this industry for a while now in the banking sector, and from what we've heard, there's quite a lot of progress that has been made so far, but what we didn't hear much with some of the challenges along this journey of what has brought us to where we are today. Awesome numbers in the morning by NBE, millions, and all of them were millions and trillions. But from your side as a bank and representing or talking on behalf of the banking sector, what are some of the challenges that you think experienced in the last couple of years that you think would need to be relooked at going into the future?
Thank you. Good afternoon. I think as a person who have been in this sector for the last 20 years, it's good to share the experience that we had for the last at least 17 or 18 years. A number of attempts or efforts have been exerted to digitalize banks in various areas until the last 4 or 5 years, where COVID comes and some of the regulations issued by the central bank, like a PSO directive, PII directive, mobile banking directive, and so on, which has been well articulated with the advent of, during the COVID time, I remember 4 or 5 years back. Before that, if I tell you our experience in Herbert, we launched our mobile banking 17 years back, and we used to call it SMS banking instead of mobile banking. The reason behind it, there was no infrastructure like USSD service was not given by telcos, and there was no concept of mobile app and the like, but we used to give services for customers using SMS with the CEDO codes. Like to request balance, you type BAL on SMS, you get balance. To transfer FTO, fund transfer to other, and so on. So during that time, what we have observed is awareness was the issue that we are having, starting from the regulatory bodies. I mean, when transactions is made, let's say account to account transfer, how is going to be managed, the ticket, and so on was an issue. So we pass all those 3 processes, which helps us to create awareness for customers in terms of, using mobile, internet banking, and so on. The last 4 or 5 years, I have seen that a number of favorable situations have been established. One is a legal framework, which is good, recognizing fintechs as a financial institutes, and issuing a directive on PSO and PII is one of the main steps that have been done. But still, there are challenges. Let me say, in the morning also, it has been said about mobile money or wallet account and so on. The idea of wallet account initially, when it is started predominantly by M-Pesa, the idea is to reach out those unbanked customers where you cannot reach them through ATM or branches and so on. Now, did we achieve that right now? My point, we have seen in the morning the statistics on wallet accounts. I strongly believe that 90 to 100% of those wallet accounts do have an account also. So what we have as a wallet account is for banked customers than unbanked one. So the issue is, how can we enrich to the rural area on those wallet accounts to reach those unbanked communities or unprivileged societies? Because getting banking service is a citizen right. It's not something that you give or deny, like electric, water, and so on. Banking is a utility services. Every citizen has to get. In fact, it has been stated also in SDG goals. So how we can create or enable those rural areas is the issue that has to be addressed. And especially for rural people, are we supposed to give them mobile app or USSD and so on? Is that the right interface or touch point? That is something that has to be checked. In fact, government to people for safety net or food for work and so on, those payments has to be handled through digital, but how we are doing it. A kind of other technologies has to be used, like wearables that you have, a band wearables on the farmer's hand or something else where it is easy interface for the farmers. But right now, the type of interface that we are developing is more for elite people who can do banking through USSD or mobile app and so on. I think this way it is hardly possible to reach out our people who are living in the rural area, maybe 80% and so on. So the interface has to be easy in such a way those people are understanding or having interfaces to that area. So on top of that, it has been mentioned several times, and we might discuss later on, the security issue is something that has to be handled. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Awareness, products, development, the right products. We also heard that in the morning that the problem is not the people or the product. The problem is from the supply side, where we don't have the right products. And I think those are some of the things that we want to discuss later on. I don't know, Ato Abi, you want to add anything from the banking side? Some of the challenges that you've seen in the market in the last few years that are more or less discouraging digital payments to grow?
I think Atamalako has stated all. When the market is not mature for the purpose, nobody understands what you are doing. And as I see in Ethiopia, the role of government is very critical. When the government takes a leadership on certain area, the progress is really immense. Just like Atamalako stated, yes, CB also started mobile banking very long ago, but above all, we have started mobile money nearly 10 years ago, but I don't know how much of our customers knows about CB Iber, from where even Telever borrowed the name and called Telever. Because at the time Telever comes in, the government has taken the leadership and promoted Tele very much than supporting the existing. So the support and leadership of the government is very important for a certain product to penetrate into the market down there. So the now, for me, the challenge time has gone. It's better not to talk about the challenges. It's better now we should talk about the opportunities ahead of us. Already the digital transaction or digital payment or digital financial services, it has started rolling. It is getting a momentum at this time. So we need to take care of what will come together with the speed at which now the digital is coming, than talking about the challenges we faced in the past for delaying the growth. If we see, for instance, our data, I don't know if even the national data contained all the bank's financial information. Somehow the non-financial institutions are overriding the finance. For instance, today in 9 months, only CBE has digital transaction of 4.6 trillion. Today the number reported is different. Only CBE has done 4.6 trillion, of which only mobile was 3.9 trillion in 9 months performance. This was only 800 billion a year and a half ago. You can see the change, how it is going. 2022, 2021-22, it was 850 billion. Now, in 9 months, I'm telling you 4.6 trillion. It is running at the speed where we are not expecting. CB has set a strategy to make our digital transaction 75 at the end of 2026. At the time we were preparing our strategy 2 years ago, our digital transaction to total transaction was around 32%. But now, at the end of March, we have reached 79%. 2 years ahead of our strategic period, the target we have set. So it is running in advance, going before us. So it's better not to talk about the challenge that delayed us. Rather, we have to talk about the challenge that the digital transaction, digital services is going faster than we are expecting. We have to take care of the challenges that we'll face because of the speed, rather.
Right. Thank you for that. I think the challenges also help us to reflect and map the way forward so that we avoid some pitfalls. But you mentioned one of the key things here. I know you're very diplomatic on this thing on with Telebe, but let me come to Telebe before I throw it up again and see how that is going to come up. Anything that you would want to see changed from the past experience in driving adoption and usage? Brooke?
Thank you very much, Oswil. I'm very glad to be here representing our national pride, Ethio Telecom, with 130 years of service. Allow me to relate, before directly going to the challenges. Of course, we have a tough target in regarding in assuring financial inclusion in our country. But let me talk about the figures globally and how that is related with the economic status of a given country, and we can understand why mobile money is very essential in addressing the gaps. So currently globally we have around 1.7 billion registered mobile money accounts, and when we go to the share of Africa, it comes around 856 million, which takes 48% share. And these figures, it has its own meaning why almost half of the mobile money share is being taken by Africa. And further, if we zoom in into Africa, you will find East Africa share from the 856 million taking the 48% share. And then if you go down, you'll find West Africa, Central Africa, the South Africa, and the North Africa. So what makes it unique for Africa taking almost a 50% share of the mobile money globally, because that has a direct relationship with the financial inclusion status of the country, the continents, the economical, the GDP growth of a given country. And if you compare East Africa with North Africa, where there is a huge gap, in terms of adoption, the East Africa share is 47%, whereas the North Africa is taking 2%. So the North Africans are very much common having oil, natural gas, and natural resources, and in a higher economic development status. So in the East Africa, you'll find nations like us having a higher population size, having a 90 million mobile money subscribers, taking the 24% share, where we have poverty, where we have issues in health, where we have issues in financial literacy, where we have major issues in financial inclusion. So we are here major stakeholders. I will not be promoting Telebir here or Ethio Telecom. We're talking about over 120 million population, where one of our enemy as a nation is poverty, and when it comes to digital payment, it is cash. So the issue is, we have come through a very fantastic journey since 2021, once we launched Telebir, and it is very obvious that it was not an easy journey to launch our Telebir at the first MNO service provider, but we need to work very hard to fight cash, where Mr. Malako was clearly stating it. We have a good numbers in mobile money, good numbers in mobile banking, but if you see the merchant payment, it is at the very low stage. So we have a number one enemy, which is cash. So banks, Telebir, my brother here, M-Pesa, we need to collaborate, and we need to make sure that all our populations are transacting digitally. So this is a very challenge that we have. And we have also we need to work on the financial literacy part, which is very important. Having a platform, having the technology is not going to be the final story. So we need to find a way that we need to collaborate, have an interoperability among ourselves, having a co-marketing strategy, and we need to strive to go to the rurals and also for the underserved ones located in the urban. So these are the main focus that I want to cover. Thank you very much.
Awesome. Yep. Or you want to add one or two before we move to the future? It's technology, sorry.
Thanks, moderator. But one, I have to say, I'm really happy how this conversation is shaping, because the moment you have a common enemy, it means then you have an opportunity to come together and address the issue. Clearly, the issue when it comes to digital payments is not about technology, but it's about the adoption of cash. I don't know how right this number is. This number, it says 99% of the transaction in Ethiopia is cash. And I will not doubt about that. But again, I want to give you some hope. In the sense, you know, at times Kenya is considered to be too far when it comes to mobile money. But I also want to remind you that 77% of transaction in Kenya is still cash. So it's always hard to beat cash. But again, there is a huge opportunity to promote digital payments. But from my own perspective on some of the things that needs to change, one is from the customer education awareness perspective. The adoption in terms of people are registering for mobile accounts, bank accounts, is a clear indication that the country is ready for digital payments. But the biggest issue that we are facing here is about the activity levels. What are customers doing with the accounts that they have, and how many of them are transacting? So one of the fundamental issues we have to address in the industry, all the players in the room and sitting in this panel, is that how do we build customer education and awareness programs? And I was listening to the rest of my panelists. Something came into my mind that there's something that the telco industry has adopted in one of the countries, where each of the telco operator, they pay what we call the universal service fee. And essentially that is money that is put aside to allow the operators to be able to establish sites, or to establish telco sites in rural areas where most of them will not, because there is no commercial value to that. So there could be an opportunity where the industry players come together and say, we can set a percentage of our revenue specifically for promoting customer education awareness in regard to digital payments. That's number one. Number two, I just pick up from where Atuabisano mentioned about carefully. I'll also be careful in the sense that we really need to give customers choice. And the reason I say this, if we restrict the offering of some services and the payment to certain players within the industry, you are limiting the choice for the customers. And we do know when you give customer choice when it comes to payments, it comes with so many benefits. One, you give the customer empowerment and control on what they're able to do with the service that they have. Secondly, you allow innovation. And the third bit is where you bring confidence, because the moment that you restrict payments into one player or two or three, then people start questioning what are the motives behind it, and you find social resistance into adoption in that manner. So those are the only two comments I can make.
Thanks so much. So to summarize some of these challenges that have been mentioned, there is the issue of awareness and need to build an industry-led awareness campaign or education for customers. There is issue around financial literacy. I don't like to call it financial literacy. Let's call it digital literacy, financial digital literacy rather than financial literacy, I think. Then it will help us to address the actual fears. There is an issue around interoperability that still needs to be perfected, and we have an opportunity to ask a lot of questions and hear more from the EthioSwitch tomorrow. One of the things mentioned is lack of relevant products. I think it's one of the challenges that we still have at the moment, and also this siloed approach to driving the economy. So I think this helps us to then lay the foundation for the future in terms of what do we want to see going forward. So maybe let me start with you, Paul, because you still have the mic. Let's talk about the future. Atuabi said let's look into the future. You are driving this in the market from the telco side together with Telebear, and we have banks on the other side, and we've seen the growth that has happened in the last 4 or 5 years. Most of them, I would say, driven from the foundational transformative regulatory systems or reforms that the NBE ushered in that allowed like yourselves to come and set up shop, for Telebirr to be born, and so forth. That has revolutionized the whole idea of digital payments. That has also allowed banks to innovate, to partner, and to move forward on digital payments. So one could then say it's the regulation that really triggered most of this growth. Of course, there was hunger on the other side, from the demand side, where consumers were waiting for something. But let's look in the next 5 years. What are the trends? What is that, those emerging forces that we should take cognizance of as Ethiopia that would help us to leapfrog and fight this animal called cash, to reduce it and make it lighter in the economy? What are those trends? What are those? Is it technology? Are there any market forces that we need to look at from your perspective?
Okay, thanks, moderator, for that question. So clearly, I think Ethiopia has come from a long journey in terms of defining the right regulation in terms of digital payments. And it's a credit to the National Bank for the regulation that have been put in place, because they have really opened the room and ensured clarity in regard to the national digital payments. But clearly now we have the foundation. You are right, we have the technology. We talked about the number of agents that are in place. We talked about the number of accounts, mobile and bank accounts. So the foundation is already set for the success of digital payments. But this comes with its own, it comes with own advantages, in the sense that then the market is ready for the next phase. And the next phase is what next? Because the technology is already being provided from a basic perspective and a foundational perspective. But what some of the trends that I see is the adoption of smartphone, the penetration of smartphone is one of the trends that you're going to see, that you're going to see more and more people having access to smartphone. And this comes with its own benefits, because remember, your enemy is cash. And for you to be successful, you have to ensure that your payment system is frictionless. It's normally said cash is frictionless. So when you pay with cash, it doesn't come with baggage. It doesn't come with steps on how to pay. You just give out your cash and you get your change, and it's done. So smartphone will play a key role. Is one of the trends that I see that will be growing. And based on the information that we already have, like in Safaricom, more than 70% of our customers are smartphone users. So essentially means that we are seeing that people adopting the use of smartphones. And we really need to prepare ourselves and take advantage of this, in the sense that smartphone ensures we are closer to cash from a process perspective. It's faster, it's secure, and it's upfront in terms of completion of transactions. So that's one. Number two, we talked about credit today in the morning in terms of extending credit services to customers and to businesses. And with this comes with the analysis of a lot of the data that we are processing today. So one of the trends that I see coming through is the adoption of artificial intelligence and machine learning, in how then we construct products that are relevant to our customers. We're able to provide customized financial solutions. I see the use of AI and machine learning in credit scoring, the adoption of the financial and financial data points that we have in our customers to determine the ability of the customers to pay. And maybe the last one that I'll talk about here is, with technology, with the adoption of digital payments, you will see more and more fintech players coming in. You will see, and we need to give room, and I'll speak to that in a minute. You will see more fintech players come into this ecosystem. And the bit about fintechs, they don't come to play at the major verticals. They come to digitize specific verticals that the major players, ourselves in this room, might not be interested in venturing in. You see fintechs come in the space of transport, probably agriculture, provision of water, health, and whatever it is. So I see a rise in the number of fintechs in this country, and the opportunity for us is to build an open platform that allows internal and external innovation. We need to be ready to support the upcoming fintechs, in a sense that we allow them to innovate around our platforms, and to be able to play in a space that we might not see value at this point because of the focus that you have for the business. So high level, those are the three trends that I see, which are critical for us to be able to move forward and to be able to drive the adoption of digital payments.
Awesome. I think still on that trajectory, I mean, on that conversation at Wabi, I know you want to take us to 2030. Yes, take us there. What would take us really there? And look back and say, yeah, we were at 75 the other day. Now we are at 100.
Thank you. There is a keyword my colleague Brooke has mentioned. Cash is our enemy, and we need cooperation. These are very important, which we need to underline and mean them, really, because in order for the customers' trust on us and trust on our digital services, we should not disappoint them anywhere for payment. Imagine anyone went out just trusting its digital payment means go somewhere and that digital services does not work for whatever reason. Then there is no alternative for it. So no one would come out from cash. The cash would stay a king. So all the players in the ecosystem should strongly believe that cash is our enemy. Then how do we fight it? We should fight it together. If we want to fight it alone, believing that we are big, we cannot succeed. Whoever big, one day fails. When they fail, it disappoints its customers. But when we all play on the same plate, if one fails, one would serve your customer. Then our customers will not be disappointed. They would trust on our digital services and stay in the ecosystem. So for the future growth of the digital services, limitless interoperability is the key. We need to put everyone in the ecosystem on board. The customer should get many alternatives. All alternatives should be available. I'm saying so because recently we see there are several institutions who want to limit or who want to build exclusivity on certain services with some institutions. But digital is not like that. Digital is an ecosystem that we should build together. We cannot build it alone. We have to build it together, and based on our services, then we take the better share if we are capable of having the better share in the ecosystem. Not trying to build the silos. Silos is the dangerous things we need to fight. We need to believe in that. That is helpful. We'll get a bigger bread from which even a smaller slice will be big enough for us. If we want to stay alone, we'll have a small bread. The size is much smaller than the small slice we get from the bigger one. So we have to make the bigger bread from which our share is still big, even if it is the slice. So as if we have that kind of ecosystem where everyone is on board, no one is left behind, be whoever operator or customers of whatever service provider have access to all the services and all channels, then we'll build the trust and we will be available always. Oswald has said in the 9 principles, available every time, which is very key. We need to provide that. The other thing is we have to provide, I think, going forward, inclusive use cases where we can, there's something that bring on everybody on board. But above all, what we have inaugurated in this morning, the QR code, which allows interoperability and brings simplicity in payment. Of course, security is also mentioned, but still there are people who doubt the security, but we need to work on that. And of course, accessibility as well. It is limited to smartphone for the time being. We need to work on its accessibility even for non-smartphones.
would really change the future. The digital ID for digital financial services, the coming in of the digital ID would really promote the future growth. Credit Reference Bureau, I think there is a program the central bank is running. If that comes in, particularly for the digital finance, the Credit Reference Bureau is the key. And at last, for me, we have the big years. Our PM yesterday said the median age is less than 20. This is the good base that will accept our digital services going forward. And so in the coming 2-3 years, the digital services acceptance, in my view, is much faster than we expect. We have to be ready to the challenge of the demands of our customers, because the demand will be much huge than we might be able to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. We have to be ready for the challenge from our customers. Atamilaki, you want to add on that? What needs to be done? Maybe you can also speak to the how we can also drive the rural digital payments ecosystem in the same target as we discuss in the future.
Good. Accepting what the other speakers are saying, let me reflect two elements. One is what are the available backbones that we have, the ones that have been mentioned this morning, digital public infrastructures. I think the coming of digital ID is one of the good enablers, which is stated also in the national payment strategy. This is a cutting edge effort that is being done, and definitely if you see the experience of India, for instance, they used to be fully cash based, but the moment Aadhaar comes, everything has been changed. So those type of digital public infrastructure like EatSwitch, the coming of EatSwitch, 10 years back, it is hardly possible to communicate, to make transaction from one bank to the others. But with the coming of national switch, EatSwitch, ATM POS, P2P, all these things are becoming possible. So for me, EatSwitch is also a digital public infrastructure. And we go that way. And telcos involvement on this area, because telcos, fintechs, and banks should cooperate to one another instead of cannibalizing each other. It's a matter of survival for all. Unless they are cooperating, those who are not cooperating will definitely die, because banking is not only for banks this time, it's for telcos and so on. Having said that, what I am envisaging or wish to have in the case of Ethiopia is, as a leapfrog, is to simulate why cash is still beautiful. I mean, the enemy, the king, and so on, debating that we have. Let me put aside that one. But cash has one beauty. That beauty is easy to trade. For instance, to give money to Abe, I don't need to know his bank account or his bank or whatever. I can take money and give it to him. So can we do the same through digital platform? In order to transfer money to Abe, why do I need to know his account number? Why do I need to know his bank account? I think these have been done in India. They map the biometric data with what they call it handler. So everybody has a unique ID for banking. So what I need to know is, like, in order to email to Abe, I need to know his email ID. Then I can write. The same is true. If I know the bank ID of Abe, I can transfer. I don't know where he's banking. I don't know what his account has, and so on. And for me, this is not a big deal to do so. Once we do have this biometric data and knows the uniqueness of that individuals, I think that can be mapped to what you call a bank ID and have simulate the beauty of cashes. In that case, cash and digital transfer would be similar, and we might be called each other to kill and bury cashes that time. But till then, still cash would be a king. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I think it has to be better than cash, like you said. If it's not better than cash, then cash will still be king, right? And so innovation is one key thing that you just mentioned, and we need to continue innovating around that. Brooke, you want to take us into the future? I'm still keen on the rural side. I'm not hearing that. How do we unlock the rural potential? If you could, maybe if you want to start with that.
Thank you. I believe we cannot go cashless. We cannot create a cashless society, but we can create cash-light economy, cash-light society. But focusing on the rural areas, as I have mentioned it earlier, there is a very untapped market. If you consider the health sector, the community-based health insurance, for instance, it is not yet well digitalized. There is a lot that we can do. I can mention few examples that we are exercising from Telebird side, from Ethio Telecom side. We have piloted a safety net program in Redwa and Harar for around 20,000 beneficiaries, where they have no clue about cell phone or SIM card. I'm referring into the rural Kabyles, where we have a telecom coverage, but they never used the service. So in that area where the society is never using telecom service, or they don't have access to finance, in collaboration with Ministry of Agriculture, the World Bank, we piloted that in just 1 year time, and we managed to disperse 80 million birr. The figure might be very small, but the process that we followed in providing device, in creating a Telebird account, in providing a financial literacy program, it was really very interesting, and we understood that going to the rural, expanding digital payment in the rural areas, it actually needs to come up with a specific use case that's going to answer or solve the problem of that a given society. And then after we start dispersing the payments, we started to analyze the behavior of our customers. Paul was mentioning one of the areas that we need to work aggressively is we do have 43 million Telebird customers, and we want 43 million active Telebird users, if possible, in daily basis. That will be the final success story. So these beneficiaries, they have started to use the money to do top-up, to purchase package. Some of them using the microcredit service, the micro-saving that we are doing in collaboration with Commercial Bank of Ethiopia and Dashin Bank. So such use cases are very essential. So we're moving toward this, the community-based health insurance. Sometimes having wallet and having a payment modality is not enough. So we have to go further and design a software that is going to be used by the health extension workers. Just using our super app, they can enroll the health extension workers. They can accept a premium payment from the households. We can engage those health extension workers in a master agent, in the agent network business, where they will have a direct relationship with the households in a monthly basis, where they can easily pass or give them the financial literacy related programs. So that is very essential, and we are working towards that. And in the farming area also, in the fertilizer areas, I know a very tremendous job is being done by CBE in some areas where farmers are using digital payment to process payments for fertilizer. That needs a lot of work. So the pie is very big. We need to come up with a very customer-oriented use case. Such value propositions are also very essential, and it should be very flexible. One last comment that I have is, I'm sure we are in the verge of, in the final stage of the digital national payment strategy. But the upcoming strategy, actually we need to make it more practical. When you talk about the digital payment, when you talk about financial inclusion, when we talk about use case, it starts with the mindset. So me, by leading the Telebir operation, what is my behavior in using cash? So the strategist needs to start by challenging the status quo of every actor. So the strategy designed for the Ministry of Finance, the strategy specific with the Ministry of Revenue, the strategy that touches Ministry of Trade, it has to be an integral part. If you go to the merchant side, the merchant needs to have all options to accept payment, a very simple one. Maybe later on we'll cover the QR code. At the same time, the trade-related regulations needs to encourage merchants to focus or to advocate the digital payment. If that part is missed, we'll be investing a lot of investment on creating the use case, in expanding our infrastructure and the like, but at the end of the day, we're going to have a very longer journey. So the strategy by itself needs to involve stakeholders in a way with a very actionable strategic pillars. So this is also very important. The other part is we go digital, everything is going to be digitalized. So the business continuity part is very critical. For instance, the fuel payment is now fully digitalized. We have like over 195 billion transactions in over 1 year time. And if by any means our service is down, it's going to create mess, not only for Telebir, for other actors as well. So the business continuity, assuring business continuity, having a redundancy, and also in the regulatory part, such follow-up and control is very, very important, because that will have a negative impact in speeding up the penetration of the digital payment. So as an actor, we need also to be very careful in assuring the business continuity for all the use cases that we have, and so that we can create also confidence on our customers. Thank you.
Fantastic. I think the key is to create confidence on our customers. We must always coming to the end of the conversation, but if you have any question, please just be ready as we do the last round of the questions. I know, okay, there are burning questions already, so I want to ask, maybe I'll just ask, Atamelako, cybersecurity. I think it's one of the things that was raised in the morning before I come to you guys with your questions. Cybersecurity, fraud, all these things seems to be denting the progress or inducing fear in many people who want to use digital for the first time. How do we address that as an industry?
Thank you. I mean, when you talk about digital banking or payment and so on, cybersecurity is an inherited risk which is embedded with a platform. I think we have to do much more on this, especially on cybersecurity in all sectors, not only telco, banks and fintechs. In all sectors, we have to work hard. My point is two things. One is how we can maintain a very good cyber defense scheme, or which standards are we following? Right now, let's say for card payments, we are using PCI DSS, and on other parts, ISO 27001, and so on, various standards. And banks and other companies are trying their best to use one of the standards and implement it. But is it not good to have a kind of indigenous national cyber security framework? I think 6 or 7 years back, an attempt has been made by INSA to have our own national cyber security framework, in which I was also a member of that. having that standard has to be enforced also to those who are converting their systems to digital platforms. That standard, if it is accepted as a national cybersecurity framework, which is taking lessons from different standards, CIDSS, ISO 27000 or whatever, based on our indigenous nature of the platform, companies has to be enforced to adhere to that standards. And periodical certification or assessments has to be made. The thing is, having only the standard doesn't make you free. There are companies who have been hacked after they certified. I remember in 2017, a big company called Target in USA, they are certified with PCI DSS. But in 2017, they have been hacked and 1 million of customer data have been stolen. The reason is having a standard doesn't make you free, but it has to be tested. Someone, independent organ has to test the company, like penetration test, ethical hacking or whatever. This has to be done. I don't think, since it is not enforced one, every companies are doing it by its own, depending on its own strategy and so on. So we have to do more on this line, because as banking sectors are opening up, as currency exchanges are becoming free and so on, the level of exposure on cybersecurity definitely will increase. Right now, by having a loop banking services, it might discourage those high-tech hackers to come to Ethiopia and break your system and so on. But once it is opened, we will have much exposure on that, unless we do prepare in a systematic way. And I know that INSA has in its own mandate, it has the right to set a standard, the right to test every companies and so on. And that has to be executed right away, so that to keep up our level of cyber defenses. Thank you.
Awesome. I think you spoke much on the cybersecurity. Maybe let me ask you to briefly on the fraud part, because that's also something that is having, Tamelak mentioned the cybersecurity needs for standards and so forth. Fraud, how do we deal with that?
Yeah, okay, thank you. Fraud is also another maybe bigger problem. Just 2 days ago, I read a report on the US. Just a single type of fraud, the social engineering, which is a little of surprise for me, love-based offer. It's a kind of love offer, but it's a fraudulent love, only caused to lose 744 million from the US customers, only in 1 year, but only in one element. There are several ways of cheating or social engineering in banking, but this only a single thing. It's a kind of offering love, creating a relationship, but the relationship at the end up in fraudulent transactions between the two partners. So this is what has caused serious problem on us as well. Currently, many of our customers are being fooled and frauded. Every year the number is increasing. This is frightening. The first thing we need to do is education. We need to educate our customers. Public education is very critical, mass as well as individually. We are trying to send several SMS messages to warn our customers. We publish on our social media that there are different ways of fooling customers and defrauding from their accounts. But still, the fraudulent people have really the capacity to fool our customers. It is very tough. Maybe the education is good and a single institution may not do it. We need to scale up this education, probably if the central bank, police also involved in informing the public, there are certain things that are fooling customers. Maybe the final thing that can be done is the legal action is also very critical. On people who does that,
there are many information about them. So traceability is easy in the digital era, but the legal action for me is not satisfactory. It needs to be better. I don't think they are considering it as a robbery or as another crimes. They are at the legal system currently seeing it lightly. Probably, maybe our legal system didn't clearly stipulated this kind of fraud. If they don't clearly find it in the legal or criminal courts, they may not handle it properly. So probably the criminal courts might have to be revised to address the fraud. And the challenge around here is very serious, and it needs all parties, all stakeholders, joint effort to fight it. Otherwise, it is earlier, as I mentioned, the digital transaction, digital service is growing at fast and including many people, but the challenge that comes in between, one of the major challenges, the fraud. Maybe if we are exposed to international payments, the cyber attack would also come in. At the moment, Ethiopian banks are a little bit isolated from global transactions, and because of our exposure, the risk is a little lower, but this risk may not stay here. That will also be another problem. But currently, the fraud is a serious one. It needs to join our hands.
Thank you. So you're talking of legal action. Maybe what I'm hearing you say is maybe we should start bringing the police and the judges and the legal court to understand the dynamics in the financial sector and how this is done so that they take it seriously. Maybe we need to start having seminars with the police to also join hands to educate the people, because education is critical. So all this is umbrellaed under partnership. Now, those who are hungry to ask questions, I'm going to take 3 questions, prioritizing women. So I'll start with a lady who has a question. Where are the ladies in the room? Okay, I'll come back to you, ladies. Let me start with the gentleman here, then we'll go over there, and then where was the other hand? Another back there, and I'll come back to you, ma'am. So we'll take 3 for now, and then we'll try to answer those 3. Please be brief. Tell us where you're coming from and your question. Please be brief with your question. Please give mic to the gentleman. Keep raising your hand so that they see where you are.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope not everyone is sleeping. I think it was a very insightful panel, so I'm pretty sure not everyone is awake. So, my name is Bernard, CEO at ArifPay, and you know, everyone has been talking about cash as being the enemy, but humor me for a second, because you know I'm all about digital. ArifPay is all about digital payment, but you know, in the U.S., maybe cash is not king, but cash is prince. And last time I checked, U.S. was the #1 economy in the world. And then when you go to Japan, cash is not king, cash is the emperor. And last time I checked, Japan was the #3 economy in the world. So I think we have to reframe maybe our enemy, because if our war is against poverty, and if our objective is prosperity, we have to identify the enemy very clearly. I don't think cash is really the enemy. You know, I think the governor the other day was really explaining very well, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, the role of the banking sector is very easy. There's fiat currency in the system, in circulation. The role of the banking sector is to kind of mobilize all of this fiat currency, of course make money in the process, because they're not a charity, and then give it away in the form of loans to big enterprises, small enterprises, et cetera, right? So that's the role of the banking sector. Now, is cash an enemy for the banking sector? Not really. The real enemy of the banking sector is the lack of ability, and the central bank, to monitor and to process currency, fiat currency. I'm not getting into cryptocurrency and everything. So in Japan, they process and monitor fiat currency very easily. I mean, even cash, right? So I'm trying to defend His Majesty Cash the King, because you know he's not the real enemy. I think you know, I'll handle payment because that's our role as a payment system operator. But my question is actually for all panelists around, again, the ability to monitor fiat currency. And in this area, I feel like, you know, we have a big liquidity issue in this country. Not foreign currency, domestic currency. We have a big liquidity issue, sometimes even for small amounts. So the question is the following, right? So where is this liquidity issue coming from? Maybe it's because we're not monitoring the fiat currency properly. Maybe it's also because we're mixing telco-led type of money with bank-led type of money. And so now, if you have a fake ID, right, because all of these topics are related, and you quickly create a bank account, I mean a wallet account, whether it be Telebir, M-Pesa, or any PII, right? And then you process black market money, or maybe money, dirty money that's coming from the border into your wallet. Now that's it. You stepped into the, circulation, the currency that's in circulation, right? So what are the checks and balances for both? And maybe this is the question actually for the regulator, but the panelists are all financial institutions and telco institutions. But what are the checks and balances, you know, for really monitoring this fiat currency that's coming into the system, and now that's really disrupting the banks? Because my theory is that there's a lot of telco-led money that's coming into the system, and the banks don't have visibility. The banks then go to the central bank, ask for money, but the central bank at the beginning wasn't able to monitor this fiat currency. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
So that's a comment and a question, not just a comment, but a challenge to the session. So we'll get the speakers to answer that. Okay, right at the back. Okay, let's just get there since the cameras are here. So we'll come to that. Yeah. Give the gentleman there, please. Please be brief with your question. And,
yes, so I'll be very brief. Why I wanted to ask this question is exactly because, you know, the panel and the conversation is really one-sided, supply side. So on behalf of the customers, I want to raise a couple of issues or questions. One has to do with, you know, in going digital, there has to be what we call use cases for the customers to consider adopting it, right? And use cases naturally come from by how far the solution addresses a pain point or a price point for the customer. And there's a natural trade-off between the two. Now, what we're seeing in our market raises sort of an alarm in two ways. One, in terms of timing. Is it the right time to start charging or taxing the customer for going digital? One. And the second one is, how much should we be charging? Because with the volume of transaction Ato Abbi has been mentioning, with even a fraction of a percentage, if we take as a commission, we're talking about hundreds of millions, if not billions. And we're in a market where we're trying to promote adoption of digital payment option, but at the same time, over-the-counter transactions are conducted for free, where the two don't necessarily balance. So I just want to put it out there. And Oswald, in your presentation, you talked about principles, and one of the principles is transparency of pricing, but I also think pricing needs to be responsible as well. So I would like it if the panel somehow address, you know, the timing and by how much as well. Thank you.
Awesome. Gentlemen there. So we're waiting for ladies to raise their hands.
Faris Mubarak from Ethiopian Cybersecurity Association. I have a fear. 90% of African businesses, including Ethiopia, have no cyber preparedness. 80% of African countries' infrastructure has been built by foreign companies. This will ultimately lead to cyber espionage in the future, because when infrastructure is built by foreign companies without adding homegrown companies and the homegrown information security professionals, there is a serious issue that will come up sometime down the line. And my question to the bank, head of banks and so on, how many homegrown information security professionals do you add when you hire foreign developers for purposes of skill sharing and for a future security as well? Question. I'll make it very brief. The other issue we have, which might be quickly or soon be resolved, is that Ethiopia didn't have until yesterday a Data Protection Act, which would have forced businesses in various sectors to follow certain rules like the Europeans or the European GDPR does. So one of the member of the panelists mentioned that penalty or financial penalties will force businesses, individuals to follow the proper rule of, keeping our businesses in the country safe when penalties are imposed properly. So the other issue I am hearing, I'm 3 years in my country now.
Maybe you can just make the question straight, sir.
Yeah, the senior management are really not pay much attention to the cyber net awareness or the cybersecurity awareness. So how much is it being taken on board from you guys? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The last question at the back there. I'll come back to you, sir. I wanted to give him a chance because he's been raising his 2 hands already.
Thank you so much. My name is Salomon. I'm from Wallet Microfinance, and my question is for the panelists. First of all, I'm very grateful for all the panelists for sharing the insight they have and all the experience they had all the years back. And I have actually a couple of questions. One is from the customer side. We are mostly forcing the customers to use payment instrument platforms or payment operations. Whenever we are onboarding them to the platforms, is there any analysis that the user is enough to use computers? Because the first problem for the fraud is illiteracy. Without considering the illiteracy, we are forcing everybody to be part of this system. Of course, we have to come to this point, but there has to be some considerations of the illiteracies to protect the users or the customers from being fraud or being fooled from the other ends. And I mostly observe there are so much text messages comes from banks, from CB or Telebir and so much. But have you ever made the analysis where the root problem is? Because still, as an institution, we all have a share on being protected by, our customers has to be protected enough. So what are the insights you have on the analysis before you are onboarding to the payment platforms? Now we are trying to expanding, that is very good, it is timely, and it's very important. But there has to be considerations of the illiteracy we have as a country. Whenever we are seeing people is paying their taxes, whenever people are paying their fuels, they have money on their wallets, but they don't know how to protect it. So they are always exposed or being fooled by the others. And I need your insight to be public here if there is any root cause analysis regarding the issue, because most of the time it is becoming popular and popular and popular, but we are not even identifying what is the root cause. But where is the root cause if you're coming up with the point? The second point is mostly the government involved in this, and the government is a leader.
on this scenario. Whenever government is involved, the government always chooses also a platform. Whenever a government chooses a platform, you know, the people mostly, they will always use when they are already know something. As Mr. Abe says, CBBR was there, but Telebir was most advertised by the government. Such kind of advertisement by the government will be a very problem for the other stakeholders to participate in the competitions. So how do you see such competition environment also from your side? Thank you so much.
Awesome. Just thinking some of these questions, Ato Solomon, I think next year we need to bring some of these people on the panel so that they answer some of the questions they are asking. They are difficult questions, but thank you for those questions, very insightful, and for those comments and challenges. I think the panel is here. I think let's start with pricing, because I think that's quite interesting. Then we'll go to the cybersecurity question, and then I'm not sure on the last one whether any of the panelists would be able to answer that, but we'll try to address the first one on the root cause analysis on some of the messages that are being sent out as awareness. What is the impact? Have you done an analysis to monitor the effectiveness of those? And then I would come back to the argument of cash is king and the fiat question on how that could be addressed as the last. But let's start with that. Maybe if you want to address, I don't know, the pricing and the effectiveness of the messages that CB is sending. I think he seems to be complaining that there are too many messages coming. Have you done a root cause analysis to understand, is that the real problem that you're trying to address? And what analysis have you done to monitor the effectiveness of those messages in changing behavior and addressing some of the fears that you have?
Okay, thank you for all who commented and also. I think we are in a learning stage on the digital area, yet we didn't reach our peak. I don't know whether what we have said was one-sided. Everything we are trying is, we are trying to be beautiful to our customers in whatever way. Sometimes those people who like who are trying to be beautiful for their partner sometimes may do wrong. We may do something which our partner do not like, but basically we are trying to be that. Just our intention is this one, as an intention. Regarding the pricing, we have been, Ethiopian market is predominantly known for free service on every area. The financial sector is providing a free service. Who is sponsoring? The borrowers and the importers. These are the only paying customers that we have. The rest is a very nominal payment or using the services for free. The concentration of the revenue on these international banking businesses and the lending has put a burden on this segment. Our operational cost has significantly grown. We need to invest a lot on IT, on several things to protect safety, providing the operation you needed, the infrastructure down the line, the branch, every network. The majority of our operation is for payment and the expense, the majority mainly goes for the operations. But we provide service for free around this, and this couldn't be sustainable. We were unable to raise interest endlessly. If we raise the interest, our customers, our borrowers will default. They don't pay. So we needed to check how the other part of the world operates. When we see the global practice, the lending and international banking portfolios share in income is not more than 50%. In our case, it was 98%. The two services together combined create a revenue of 98% for CBE. So, but in other part only 50%. So we need this could not be sustainable. As the time goes, in the old days, we provide services manually, very slow, operation is very slow, the magnitude of transaction was low, the investment on IT was low, but now as the digital comes in, the investment on the technology is extremely immense, so recovering some portion was necessary, otherwise the bank will fail. That's why we have started a very small sign of payment. It is not enough, but very small, just to begin. The comparison we have paid over the counter is free and the digital is paying. That's not the case in CB. Even on the counter, we have started charging, but we have started charging above 1,000 birr withdrawal. For below that, we assume those people who withdraw below 1,000 are very poor. For the time being, we exempted them. And for those who withdraw more than 1,000, we charge a little. That's also a little, very small amount, just to educate. At the moment, it is a nominal charge, be it on the digital or on the cash withdrawal. The other thing, maybe I don't know how you expect me to address.
Not all of them.
I wanted to go through all, if you give me the chance. Mr. Faris, your question is not clear. We are focusing on cyber. The bank of that volume cannot exist without having all required cyber technologies. So I don't know what the concern is. The management gives it special attention, and CBE is ISO certified as well, or PSI, all the certifications we have on that area. For the third customer commenter has said the forcing on the onboarding. This is a bad thing, what we don't like, but unfortunately as the instruction goes down to the branch, it happens to be forcing. But we were telling our employees to educate the society to come to digital, use digital. But since we give them some targets, they apply it unwisely. We get that feedback. We always try to train our employees to act properly, to only onboard those who have knowledge and capacity and interest to use it. But sometimes it goes beyond the limit, and the comment was correct, but we are trying to fight. But when we look into the fraud is not on those who were not interested on onboarding or not have sufficient experience, but the fraud of social engineering is on those who have even sufficient knowledge. It is a little odd. Those who have multiple transactions are very much exposed to the risk. Maybe can I comment on the cash as a king?
I think let's just go with the line. And, not
Good.
all of them, just pick one that you can answer.
Yeah.
Cyber security.
I can take some of them.
Let's take two then.
Yeah. Very interesting points that have been raised by those attendees. What Bernard was mentioning about fiat currency versus the wallet account and so on, some of the things that you mentioned might not be the right topic or relevant topic to the issues that we are discussing. But what is the check and balance on moving cash, let's say from black market to wallet account and so on? I think in a wallet account or mobile money ecosystem, there has to be a trust account at the back which holds the physical money, which is equivalent to the electronic money that we have in the ecosystem in the wallet accounts. Central bank has to monitor that. At any given time, the sum of the wallet account on individual as well as on aggregate has to be equal to the account balance that we have in the trust account. This is how the check and balance are monitoring in any of the countries who are using mobile money. But some of the cases you mentioned needs to be discussed in other area. In terms of charge, the way that I look at it and from the lessons that I learned is I might be a bit different from what Abbe said, especially on the digital area. Some 9 years back, we started what you call agency banking in my bank. And how the ecosystem is working is we are recruiting agents by a fee sharing scheme, meaning we have to charge customers for cash in, cash out, and P2P, and that fee has to be shared. Now, as Abe says, traditionally or historically in Ethiopian banking system, most of the retail banking services are free of charges. So what drives people on agency banking to pay charges instead of they are going to the walking distance to the branches and paying? That was the issue, and that's why the agency banking platform didn't work well. Now, as Abe said, since technology has huge investment, there has to be returns. But how we recognize a return, in my opinion, might not be by levying charges, rather by the cost reduction that we are getting. If those customers were supposed to come to the branch and overwhelming your staff, that is a cost. If you are moving out your customers out of the branch and do their banking by themselves, in fact, we have to reward them. We need to have a loyalty scheme, reward them so that most of the customers are moving to the digital banking and helping me even to close my branches in many of them. That is a cost reduction that we have. Recently, we have seen that, for instance, Telebir has charged when customer moves from Telebir accounts to the branch account, there is a charge. And meaning Telebir would have done these services by recruiting agents. Now banks are helping for Telebirs for cash loading. When people run out of balance on the Telebir, they are loading it from the bank accounts. So am I supposed to charge when customers are moving from my bank account to the Telebir, like the Telebir is doing on the reverse engineering? I think that should not be entertained right now, because we are advocating to move our customers to the digital journey, moving out of the branches. So instead of charging, we can consider that revenue stream by different ways, but like by cost reduction and so on. One point on cybersecurity, I think most of the banks which I have seen, they are creating a dedicated departments who are managing cybersecurity. Traditionally, it used to be within IT team, network team, software team, and so on. Now, a separate department who are experts on cybersecurity are being handling those things. So there are a number of attempts going on, but it needs more work to do.
Thank you. Paul, any reflections to those questions?
I think a lot has been said. Just allow me to add on a few things. From a cybersecurity perspective, of course, this still has to be industry-led. If you work in silos, more often will fail because we don't pick the learnings. And I'll just give an example what has happened in some of the mature markets in terms of mobile money and banking services. There's a common standard where they normally have quarterly forums. And in these forums, what they normally do is to share insights around fraud and cybersecurity. And then out of there, then the MNOs at the banks do a co-creation on fraud controls. And the telcos, they're strong in technology. And remember that the interface into the bank account. So the telcos are able to provide some capabilities that the banks can ride on to be able to control fraud, especially. I'll give you an example. Access to a bank account digitally is through a mobile number or a mobile account. And if the two industries, the banks and the telcos, don't come together, then there will be a problem. So one of the controls that can be put in place, and the biggest issue around social engineering, is customers share their PIN and the money gets exposed, or when your line is swapped by someone. So one of the technologies that has been applied across other markets is where the telco is able to give a notification to the bank when a SIM swap has been done. And from a business rule perspective, then the bank can can hold or, access to the account for 24 hours, or they can limit access to some of the services. So that is one of the comments I want to make. From a pricing perspective, the conversation about banks from a pricing perspective is fair, but it's harder when it comes to the mobile money operators. We operate like a government. If a government does not collect tax, then it can't really meet the needs of the citizens. So while the bank makes money from intermediation and be able to charge on transactional fees, the mobile money operators, the only way they're able to get a compensation for the investment is through charging on transactions. And if you're not able to create value out of your investment, then you'll find that you're not able to invest for the future. You're not able to invest enough from IT infrastructure perspective. You're not able to employ the right people to take care of the fraud and the cyber security things that people have talked about. So pricing, yeah, it needs to be considerable in terms of what it is. But again, I think it's something that cannot be avoided. The question is how affordable that is. That is all from me.
Awesome. Brooke, just briefly.
I'll take a few questions only. Thank you very much for all participants. And once again, I will start with the first question that was somehow related with Telebirr being sponsored highly or favored by the government. So let me take you back a few years ago. How many of us were very much feeling the pain where we find Ethiopia in the Oxford Dictionary for an example for poverty? I'm very sure this was the issue that we always face. So coming to the digital payment, coming to the technology, once or before 3 years, Ethiopia was flagged as a sleeping giant. We are a giant with a population size of over 120 million population. We were internationally flagged as a sleeping giant. So the government, with a wonderful reform, the regulators and National Bank with a very amazing support, the Council of Ministers with their commitment, the House of People Representative rectifying the new proclamation, allowing the only MNO, Ethio Telecom, to start giving a financial service was a breakthrough for our nation. So we shouldn't be very surprised if the government talks about this success story, which is directly related with the economic reform that are made, that are followed at the macro level. And now we're no longer a giant sleeping country, but we are the giant awakening country where we should all be proud. Saying this, again, most peoples or stakeholders or partners, they think that we're being bombarded with use cases from the government. Let me give you an example with the fuel payment, because it is a very good example. The fuel industry has been in the market for over 10 years, maybe 20 years. And you should ask why it was not digitalized before 10 or 20 years ago. So the government is investing a lot of investment in terms of foreign currency, and the government was not able to regulate where a lot of investment is being done, shipping the fuel from UAE, bring it here, and effectively utilizing it. So we just came up with an innovative idea. I have to be honest, we were not given an assignment to digitalize the targeted fuel subsidy project. The government was planning to use a manual coupon, and that was a tough decision, and the risk that we took from just out of the blue, we suggested the government that we can bring solution that the government can use technology to subsidize the fuel. And guess what? Now the government debt has reduced from 197 billion to 100 billion in just 1 year and 7 months. And if we hadn't implemented this, our national debt specific to this sector, it could have been 400 billion per. And you can imagine what could that mean to the economy that we are struggling currently. So I would really appreciate if we have such understanding. I will take a few comments, if you allow me, for the fee part. Okay, so thank you. All right, on the fee part, I really value the feedback shared by the questioner, but there is one fact that focusing on Telebirr, we actually charge almost, we're not charging anything to our customers. We even recently have reduced our P2P tariff by 80%. And this is because it has to be affordable and customers need to use a P2P transaction. The digital in needs to grow. The circulating merchant payment and P2P needs also to grow. But at the same time, we need to start putting very affordable price in certain transactions, especially for transactions that are being made remotely. The fee that we charge needs to be very, very logical, and we should be able in the position to explain to our customers the reason behind of the charging. If I am saving my customer to use a taxi to go somewhere to process some payment for utility, and if I empower that customer to utilize my super app and manage the payment remotely, I'm saving time, cost, and I'm adding a little bit price because I have an investment. Because I have to expand the ecosystem, we need to add value propositions for our customers. So the question should be, the price that we'll be setting needs to be very transparent. Hidden charging is very much dangerous in terms of customer experience. So these are the points that I want to highlight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we can go on and on and on with this topic and talking about the future, but in the interest of time, I've been told we are way over time because we understood we had the benefit of getting into some of the few minutes. So, but in conclusion, just to summarize, I think what we're hearing from the speakers that the future, yes, is very, very bright, and the trajectory that we've started and the trend can be built, can be better. We need to make it better than cash. Innovation is key to drive the change that we want going into the future. Partnership, not working in silos, I think is one of the key points that has been raised that is coming out of the conversation, both in attacking and addressing cybersecurity issues, in addressing fraud issues, in addressing some of these key questions that you're raising around awareness, raising awareness, financial education. It cannot be done by one institution. It has to be an industry approach. I think the other point that came out of the conversation that is interesting is the need to have relevant catalytic use cases that really unlock the potential that is in the rural areas. I think that's a very key one, which then helps to bring and build the rural digital payments ecosystem. And with that, please help me and put your hands together for our wonderful panel here. I know we could have gone over more and more, but thank you so much for
To follow, I want to thank everyone for taking time to submit the questions that you had on the website. I do have a slight change of schedule today. His Excellency Governor Mamo Meratu has sent his sincere apologies. He is unable to make it today because of a last-minute urgent meeting that came up, but do not worry, we're still going to have the fireside chat.
It's been rescheduled for tomorrow afternoon. And to add to that, there's a couple of changes for tomorrow's session. We are going to be starting registration at 10:30 instead of early in the morning. We want to make sure you all get your rest, your beauty sleep, come in energized to have more engaging conversations. And then the fireside chat will be happening at 4. And then following that, we've added a little extra activity, which is a light cocktail that's going to be following all the fun activities that we're going to be engaged in all day. So I encourage you all to make sure to stay updated, watch the website, nbe.gov.et. Make sure you're keeping up with the updates on there. We thank you all the panelists, esteemed guests, CEOs, everyone that really took time to be here today. We really appreciate it, and your feedback is quite valuable to us. So how about we give a round of applause to ourselves for going through an entire day, right? Fantastic. Do not forget, there is always coffee. So please feel free to have some coffee and network, and we'll see you bright and early at 10:30 tomorrow. So sharp. Sounds good? All right, thank you.